Welcome back, legends. You're at The Fiction Wizard. Another incredible story awaits. Bill Weasley's Cursebreaker scan found 90 blocks on Harry. Ministry declared emergency. Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1. The scan. The chicken was overcooked again. Harry didn't say anything about it, obviously. He sat at the long, cluttered table in the Burrow's kitchen and ate every bite on his plate with the particular enthusiasm of someone who had spent formative years being given Dudley's leftovers, which meant the bar for gratitude was set somewhere around the floor. Molly Weasley's cooking, even at its most ambitious and occasionally combusted, was still the best food he'd ever eaten in his life, and he'd learned years ago that this had less to do with the food itself and more to do with the noise around the table when he ate it. Tonight that noise was considerable. Fred was arguing with George about whether their new skiving snackbox prototype had given Percy's owl temporary wings or had simply caused it to hallucinate flying, which were, Fred maintained, two completely different categories of product liability. George said the distinction was academic since the owl was currently perched on the roof and refusing to come down either way. Percy himself had arrived 20 minutes late, sat down, begun to say something about ministry restructuring, and been immediately talked over by 4 separate family members in a kind of practiced, unconscious suppression that only worked on Percy because Percy always looked slightly relieved when it happened. Arthur was reading a memo about something called a bumbling binocular that had bitten its muggle owner and was gesturing with his fork in a way that suggested at least 3 food items were going to be displaced before dinner ended. Ginny was watching Harry with the particular sideways attention she'd been deploying all summer, not quite looking at him, but absolutely looking at him, and Harry was doing an impressively poor job of not noticing. And Bill was at the far end of the table, quiet in the way that Bill was usually quiet, which was not the quiet of someone with nothing to say but the quiet of someone choosing their moment. He'd arrived from Egypt that morning. His dragon hide jacket was folded over the back of his chair. He had a thin scar along his jaw from a curse that had nearly taken his eye 6 months ago in the Valley of the Kings, and it gave him a look that was simultaneously more dangerous and more relaxed than anyone else in the room, which Harry privately thought was a considerable achievement. Fleur was next to Bill, doing something complicated in French with her salad that suggested she had opinions about the dressing. "Harry," Molly said, appearing at his elbow with a dish of roast potatoes like a conjuration spell had misfired in the kitchen. "You're too thin. Take more." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, take more, Harry." He took more. Ron, across the table, caught his eye and grinned in the way of someone who had been watching this exact scene play out for 6 years and found it reliably funny every single time. Harry aimed a potato at him. Ron caught it and ate it. This was apparently fine with everyone. The evening moved the way Burrow evenings moved, loudly, warmly, with occasional minor property damage. After dinner, the table cleared itself in the cheerful, slightly chaotic way of magical housekeeping, and Arthur corralled Fred and George into explaining the owl incident in more detail while Molly started in on the washing up with wand movements that suggested she was having a very specific opinion about the state of her kitchen pans. Harry had ended up on the back steps with a mug of tea, watching the garden do the things the Burrow's garden did in the dark, gnomes rustling somewhere near the compost heap, the occasional flash of something luminescent in the long grass, the sky above the Quidditch pitch going deep blue and purple at the edges. He could hear Ron and Ginny arguing inside about the wireless. He could hear Percy saying something measured and being completely ignored. He felt, in the way he often did at the Burrow, that particular bittersweet ache of belonging somewhere that wasn't quite home because home implied permanence, and Harry had never quite trusted permanence enough to settle into it. He heard the door behind him and Bill sat down on the step next to him, his own mug of tea in hand, stretching long legs out in front of him and tilting his face toward the darkening sky like he was cataloging something up there. They sat like that for a bit. Bill was good at comfortable silence, which Harry appreciated deeply. "How was Egypt?" Harry asked eventually. "Hot," Bill said. "Productive. Found a burial chamber that hadn't been touched in 3,000 years. Cursed 12 ways from Sunday." He sipped his tea. "Good week." Harry laughed, and it came out easier than he expected. What kind of curses? The old kind. Pre-wand. Some of them were so layered that the outer ones had started interacting with the inner ones in ways the original curse casters definitely didn't intend. Bill's eyes were still on the sky. Like a building where someone added an extension to an extension to an extension over centuries, and now the middle rooms don't know what they're supposed to be for. Took me 4 days just to map it before I could start breaking anything. How do you map something like that? Bill looked at him sideways. Something in the look sharpened slightly, though his expression stayed easy. Diagnostic spell. Cursebreaker specific. Shows you the structure of magical interference on a person or an object, the layers, the ages, the intent, if you can read it right. Like an X-ray, but for magic. He paused. I've actually been wanting to run one on you. Harry lowered his mug. On me? I know, Bill said, holding up a hand. I know how that sounds. I'm not trying to be dramatic about it. It's just, he stopped. Chose his next words carefully in the way Harry now associated with him. Cursebreakers look at things differently to other wizards. We're trained to see interference patterns. And I've been around you enough over the years that I've noticed things. What things? Bill turned to look at him properly then. In the low light from the kitchen windows, his expression was measured and steady. The way your magic behaves, sometimes. Little things. The way it spikes in emergencies and then drops in ways that don't match what you should be capable of. The way you carry yourself magically, Harry, it's like watching someone try to run a race in a weighted vest. You get where you're going, you're clearly working, but there's something on you that shouldn't be there. He paused. I could be wrong. Probably am. But I'd sleep better if I ran the diagnostic. Harry studied him. The honest thing was that this should have bothered him more, someone wanting to cast something on him, even diagnostically, but this was Bill. Bill who had sat with him in St. Mungo's when no one else knew what to say. Bill who had never, not once, looked at Harry like he was a symbol or a weapon or a catastrophe waiting to happen. All right, Harry said. Bill set down his mug. He drew his wand, long, elegant, with a faint bone-yellow tinge to it that Harry had always assumed was the wood, and turned to face Harry fully. Sit still, he said. It won't hurt. You'll feel it as warmth, maybe some pressure. Don't fight it. Harry nodded. Bill held his wand horizontally and spoke low, precise Latin that Harry didn't recognize. The wand lit with something pale and complex, not quite a color, more like a color that was trying to describe a color, and the light moved slowly toward Harry and settled around him like a second skin. For about 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the diagnostic began to return its results. Harry had expected to see something like a chart, or a map, or perhaps whatever the magical equivalent of a medical readout looked like. He had not expected the air around him to explode. That was the only word for it. The diagnostic light flared outward in a cascade of overlapping patterns, rings within rings, each one a different shade of interference, each one tagged with symbols Bill's wand was writing in the air faster than Harry could follow them. The patterns kept coming. Layer after layer after layer, pushing outward until they extended 6 feet in every direction, and they kept coming, each new ring darker and denser than the last, the symbols crowding each other, and Bill had gone very still. His wand hand was steady. Everything else about him was not. Bill? Harry said. Don't move. Bill's voice was absolutely level and absolutely controlled, which was worse somehow than if he'd sounded alarmed. Don't move and don't speak. I need to count this. The garden was dark around them. Inside the burrow, Ron and Ginny were still arguing about the wireless. Arthur was laughing at something Fred had said. Molly was humming. Bill counted. He counted for a long time. When he stopped, he lowered his wand slowly. The diagnostic patterns didn't disappear, they hung there in the air around Harry like rings around a planet, which was when Harry realized that they were still coming back, still registering, and that was because there was still more to register. Bill looked at him. Harry looked at Bill. How many? Harry asked, because something in Bill's face had passed through shock and come out the other side into something harder to name. 90, Bill said. Silence. 90, Harry repeated. Blocks, Bill said, and now his voice was doing something careful and deliberate that Harry recognized from times when someone was managing themselves very hard. 90 distinct magical blocks on your core, your inheritance, your abilities, your memory, Harry. I need you to hear me very carefully. He waited until Harry was looking directly at him. This isn't something that happened to you. These aren't curse scars or residual damage. These are placed blocks. Deliberate. Surgical. Applied over time, starting, he checked the symbols hanging in the air, and his jaw tightened. Starting when you were approximately 1 year old. The garden felt very far away suddenly. Harry was aware of the step under him, the mug going cold in his hands, the warmth from the kitchen windows. He was aware of all of these things the way you're aware of your surroundings when your brain is doing something else entirely. 1 year old, he said. The oldest layers are from shortly after you were placed with your aunt and uncle. Bill's eyes moved through the floating symbols. Some of them have ministry registration signatures. Some of them have. He stopped. His wand hand moved, isolating a cluster of patterns near the top of the constellation around Harry's head, and his expression did something complicated. I need better light. And I need to make calls. And I need, he looked at Harry again, and this time the steadiness cracked just slightly, just enough for something fierce and furious to show through underneath. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm very sorry. Don't be sorry yet, Harry said, because someone had to be practical and apparently it was going to be him. Tell me what you can see. Bill ran a hand through his long hair. He looked at the symbols again, methodically, the way Harry imagined he looked at a 3,000-year-old burial chamber before he began the work of understanding it. The outer blocks, the first tier, the most recent ones, are suppression spells. They're limiting the ceiling of your magical output. Making your power taper off after a certain threshold. Bill pointed his wand at a ring of dark orange interference patterns. Without these, every spell you cast would be significantly stronger than what you've experienced. Your Patronus, your Reducto, your Expelliarmus, all of them are being throttled. Right, Harry said. His voice was remarkably calm. He'd had 6 years of practice at receiving terrible information with a straight face. What else? Bill moved his wand to a different layer. These ones are ability blocks. They're sealing off things you should naturally be able to do, wandless casting, which given your core strength you should have been able to do since you were about 8. Wordless casting. And something here, he frowned at a particularly dense cluster. Your Parseltongue. It's not that it was given to you, Harry. Or not only that. There's a natural sensitivity here underneath the Horcrux connection. A genuine linguistic attunement. Someone blocked it from developing into what it was supposed to be. Harry thought about the snake at the zoo. He was 8. Right, he said again. The third tier, Bill hesitated. This is where it gets, Harry, there are Gringotts signatures on some of these. Inheritance blocks. Registered through your family vault. What does that mean? It means someone with legal access to the Potter family vault filed for inheritance suppression. Sealed off your access to properties, titles, and a family grimoire. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone delivering a diagnosis. The Potter family, as it turns out, is considerably older and more significant than you've been led to believe. The name Lord Potter isn't a courtesy title. It's a hereditary seat on the Wiesengemot. Has been for 6 generations. The mug in Harry's hands was definitely cold now. He set it down carefully on the step beside him. And the last tier? He asked. Bill was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer. Memory and emotional suppressors. Applied repeatedly. The first ones are from your early childhood. He met Harry's eyes. But the most recent ones are from the end of your 5th year. That landed differently than the rest. The end of 5th year. The Department of Mysteries. Serious. The grief that had been so crushing and then had somehow, not lifted, exactly, but smoothed, flattened in ways that he'd attributed to time and numbness and Dumbledore's endless reasonable explanations for everything. He'd thought he was handling it. He'd thought he was coping. He said nothing for a long time. "Someone blocked my grief," he said finally. "Not a question. Someone dampened your emotional processing. Your memory access around certain events." Bill's voice was even. Professional. Like the only way he could say this without destroying something was to say it like a report. It would have felt like numbness. Like distance. Like you were managing better than you expected. "I thought I was getting better," Harry said. "I know." They sat in the dark for a moment. Then Harry stood up. Not angrily, not dramatically, he simply stood, with the particular stillness of someone who has received enough information to know what needs to happen next. He turned to look at Bill, and whatever Bill saw in his face made him straighten slightly. "Can you take them off?" Harry asked. Bill looked at him steadily. "Some of them I can start tonight. The outer tiers, the suppressors, the ability blocks. Those are oldest and most accessible. But Harry, you need to understand that when blocks come off a magical core this heavily suppressed, there's a reintegration period. Your magic will, I'm not asking you to take them all off at once," Harry said. "I'm asking if you can." "Yes," Bill said. "I can." "Then we need to go inside and tell your family, because this," Harry gestured at the floating constellation of interference patterns still hanging in the air around him, tags and symbols and layers upon layers of deliberate suppression, the cartography of everything that had been done to him before he was old enough to understand the word magic. "This is going to become everyone's problem very quickly, and I'd rather they heard it from us than from the Ministry when the diagnostic registers on their monitoring systems." Bill looked at him for a moment with an expression that Harry couldn't quite categorize, something between respect and a kind of helpless, furious sorrow. Then he nodded. "It'll already be pinging," Bill said. "A diagnostic this significant on a monitored person, how long? 20 minutes. Maybe 30. Harry picked up his mug. "Then let's not waste time." The kitchen went quiet in stages. Fred and George first, because they were closest to the door and caught something in Harry's face as he came back inside, some shift of register that made Fred's grin slide sideways and George set down the prototype he'd been fiddling with. Then Ron, who had the particular best friend sensitivity that years of watching Harry walk into disaster had developed into something close to a sixth sense. He looked at Harry once, looked at Bill, and said, "What happened?" Not a question. Ron had learned. Ginny stopped arguing about the wireless. Arthur looked up from his memo. Molly turned from the sink with a dish in her hand and a look on her face that was immediately maternal and immediately afraid in equal measure, the way Molly Weasley's face did when the people she loved were in her eye line and something was wrong. Percy stopped mid-sentence about departmental restructuring and seemed, for once, to genuinely notice the room. "Sit down," Bill said. "All of you." "Bill," Molly began. "Mom. Please." She sat. Bill took the floor with the quiet authority of someone who had spent a decade delivering hard news in difficult circumstances, tombs where things had gone wrong, vaults where colleagues had been caught in unseen curse fire, Gringotts offices where he'd had to explain to senior curse breakers that their assessment of a site had been catastrophically wrong. He laid it out plainly and methodically, and Harry sat at the table and watched the faces of the Weasley family as they understood, and the understanding moved through the room like weather. Arthur went very still very early, which was unusual enough to be frightening. Arthur Weasley, as a rule, was perpetually in motion, twitching towards something interesting, leaning into a conversation, always slightly kinetic. When he went still, his eyes sharpening and his hands flat on the table, it meant that he was doing the particular kind of thinking that happened when something violated his sense of how things were supposed to work. Molly made a sound when Bill mentioned the memory blocks. A small, specific sound that Harry would have rather not heard. Then she looked at Harry and pressed her lips together and didn't say anything, which from Molly Weasley was louder than most people's shouting. Fred and George looked at each other in a way that communicated a complete conversation in about 2 seconds. Ginny's jaw was tight. Her hands were in her lap and she was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never quite seen on her face before, not pity, nothing like pity, something harder and cleaner. Like she was recalibrating. Ron had his arms folded on the table and he was staring at Bill with the expression of someone processing information through sheer force of will. When Bill finished, Ron turned to look at Harry. "Since you were 1 year old," Ron said. "Yeah. 90 of them. Yeah." Ron absorbed this. Then he said, with the magnificent simplicity that Harry had always loved about him, "Well, that's absolutely horrible. What do we do?" "Bill starts removing them," Harry said. "Tonight." "Not all of them," Bill started. "The first tier tonight," Harry said. "Then we go to Gringotts first thing in the morning and I sort out whatever's been done to my inheritance. And when the ministry shows up," he paused. He thought about it. "When the ministry shows up, I do not go with them." I need that said out loud now so that everyone's clear. "Harry," Arthur began. "I know what I'm asking," Harry said, not unkindly. "I know that puts you in a difficult position, Arthur. But someone with ministry authorization put some of these blocks on me. And someone used legal access to a Gringotts account to strip me of my inheritance. Until I know which ministry officials are clean on this, I'm not walking into their building voluntarily." He met Arthur's eyes. "I trust you. I'm not saying I think you knew." Arthur looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, with a quiet dignity that Harry thought was probably his best quality, "Of course you're not going with them. And if Scrimgeour has a problem with that, he can take it up with me." "And me," said Bill. "And us," Fred said, and George completed it in the way they sometimes spoke, 2 words from one thought, obviously. Molly said, "I'll put the kettle on," which was her way of saying she was with them entirely and needed 15 seconds to not cry in front of Harry. They moved to the sitting room because the kitchen table was too associated with normal life for what was about to happen, and Bill needed more space. He cleared the coffee table and the armchairs back with his wand, and everyone settled around the edges of the room with the expectant, nervous energy of people in a waiting room where something surgical was occurring. Harry sat in the center of the cleared space on a kitchen chair that Ginny had dragged in from the hall, because the armchairs had too much give and Bill said he needed to sit upright with his spine straight. He didn't know why. He didn't ask. Bill stood in front of him, rolled up his sleeves, the dragonhide bracers underneath had their own collection of protective runes, and looked at Harry with the measured calm of a surgeon about to make the first cut. "This is going to feel strange," he said. "Not painful. Strange. Like pressure releasing in a place you didn't know had pressure. When a block comes off a magical core, the core floods that space immediately, and that flooding can feel," he searched for the word. "Overwhelming. Not dangerous. Just overwhelming." "I understand," Harry said. "Tell me if you need me to stop." "I won't need you to stop." Bill looked at him for a half-second longer than was strictly necessary. Then he began. The spell he used was nothing like the diagnostic. Where the diagnostic had been spreading, searching, cartographic, this was precise, focused like a surgical instrument on a single point. His wand traced patterns in the air around Harry's head that left faint afterimages, and his voice was low and steady and unhurried. Harry felt the first block come off like something unknotting in his chest. That was the only way he could describe it afterward, a knot he hadn't known was there because it had been there for so long that it was part of the landscape of how he felt all the time. And then it wasn't there, and the space it left behind flooded with something warm and rushing and very large, and he gripped the sides of the chair and said nothing. Bill watched his face. "Okay?" "Yes," Harry said, through teeth he was very carefully not gritting. "Keep going." Bill kept going. The second block came off differently, like a window opening. A sudden brightness, a sense of expanded space, and with it a rush of something that Harry later identified as magical awareness. He could feel the room differently. He could feel the warding spells on the Burrow's walls, could feel the diagnostic pattern still faint in the air, could feel the 6 wands in the room around him as individual signatures. It was like going from looking at a painting to looking at the world the painting was made from. "Harry," Ginny said, and he realized his hands were lit. Not on fire. Not glowing, exactly. Just lit, from underneath, like there was something warm trying to push through the surface of his skin. It wasn't hurting him. He looked at his hands with the calm interest of someone who has been through enough strange things that this barely registered on the scale. "That's normal," Bill said, which was a deeply relative use of the word normal. "That's your core reasserting spatial presence. Don't try to control it. Let it run." "I'm not doing anything," Harry said. "I know. That's the point." The third block. This one did hurt, briefly, not pain, exactly, but something adjacent to it, a sharp, bright shock that started in the center of his chest and radiated outward in the way that grief sometimes did. And with it came, not a memory exactly, but the place where a memory was supposed to be, a shape that his mind reached for and found, suddenly, half full. A room. A voice. His mother's voice, not words, just tone, the specific warmth of it, the laugh in it. A fragment of something he had been carrying without knowing he was carrying it because someone had taken most of it away and left just enough for his brain to file under vague feelings and move on. He breathed through it. In the armchairs, Ron had stopped pretending to read the magazine he'd picked up and was watching Harry with his whole face open in a way he rarely allowed in company. Molly had tears running down her face and was clearly making herself not come forward. Bill said, "That's 3. The rest of the first tier are suppression rather than memory. Cleaner to remove." He paused. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," Harry said. "I told you. Don't stop." Bill worked for another 40 minutes. He was methodical and unhurried in a way that Harry found deeply reassuring, the steady rhythmic quality of someone who was expert at their craft, who had done this or something like this many times and knew where the edges of safe were. He talked as he worked, sometimes, not excessively but enough, explaining what a block was doing, what Harry might feel when it left, occasionally swearing very quietly in what sounded like Egyptian Arabic when a block proved more structurally complex than expected and had to be approached from a different angle. By the time he said, "That's the outer tier." All 30, Harry's hands had stopped glowing and the room had settled into a quiet that felt heavier than quiet usually did, like the air had more in it than before. Harry became aware, gradually, that things felt different. Not dramatically. Not in the way he'd half expected from decades of fantasy novels and Muggle films where power revelations involved people floating or lightning or some kind of visual spectacle. The change was internal and spatial, like a room that had always felt cramped had turned out to have another wing he'd never been allowed to enter. He was still himself. He was just, more himself than he had been an hour ago. He raised his hand toward the empty fireplace across the room, without a wand, without words. Fire bloomed in the grate. Not a little fire. A full, roaring, beautiful fire that lit the entire room orange and gold, with exactly the right amount of heat, perfectly controlled without him trying to control it. He just wanted fire and fire had happened. The room was very quiet. "Right," Harry said thoughtfully. "Right," Bill agreed, and his voice was doing that managed thing again, the thing where he was keeping something large very carefully contained. "Show off," said Fred, but his voice cracked slightly in the middle of it. Ron said nothing. He was just looking at Harry with an expression that was impossible to name, not shock, something older than shock, something that looked a little like recognition, like a person seeing for the first time what they'd been looking at all along. Then the Ministry owl arrived. It came through the kitchen window, which meant someone had already lowered the wards enough to admit Ministry post, which told Harry they were running out of their 20 minutes. The letter it carried had the Ministry seal in red, emergency red, not standard blue, and Arthur took it and read it and set it on the table with the particular careful, deliberate motion of someone putting down something they'd like to throw. "They're sending a team," Arthur said. "Within the hour. Scrimgeour wants Harry in the Ministry for," he read the exact phrase with a flatness that suggested it deserved it. "Protective evaluation." Harry looked at the fire he'd lit. He thought about 30 blocks gone, 60 more to go, an inheritance stolen, a name he apparently carried that he'd never been allowed to use. He thought about his mother's laugh, partially returned, a fragment in a room with a half-full shape where the rest of it was supposed to be. He turned to Arthur. "Tell them he can evaluate me at Gringotts," Harry said. "First thing tomorrow. In the hall of the director. If Scrimgeour wants to make it official, I'll be there. But he comes to me." Arthur looked at him. "In Gringotts," Ginny said quietly, and she was almost smiling. "Where the Ministry has no jurisdiction." "Exactly," Harry said. Bill was already reaching for his dragon-hide jacket. "I'll contact Ragnarok tonight," he said, meaning the Gringotts director, and there was something in his voice that suggested Ragnarok was going to find this call both alarming and professionally interesting. "Get the director's hall reserved. Start the inheritance audit paperwork." He shrugged into the jacket and looked around the room, at his mother's face, his father's stiffened spine, his brothers arranged around the edges of the room like a small army, Ginny with her quiet new expression, and Harry standing in front of the fire he'd called without a wand. "And Harry." Harry looked at him. "You should sleep," Bill said. "Your core is reintegrating 30 years' worth of suppressors in the next few hours. You'll feel it as your dreams, probably. Just let it happen. Don't fight anything you feel tonight." Harry nodded. He didn't tell Bill that he very rarely slept well anyway, and that the Dursleys and the Voldemort connection and the weight of prophecy had long since trained him to regard sleep as something that happened to other people on a more reliable schedule. He didn't tell Bill any of that because what he said instead was, "Thank you," and he meant it in a way that had weight to it, the kind of thanks that isn't just courtesy but is the specific acknowledgement of debt between people. Bill nodded once, the way people nod when they understand the weight and don't need the words expanded. Molly materialized at Harry's elbow. He was beginning to think she had her own apparition to a specific location that was always approximately 8 inches from whoever she was worried about, and she took his face in her hands with the complete unself-consciousness of someone who did not care what anyone thought of this and pressed her forehead briefly to his. "My kitchen is yours," she said, which meant something more than it said, and Harry understood it completely. He went upstairs to Ron's room, which smelled like broomstick polish and old Chudley Cannon's posters and Ron, specifically, in the way that spaces smell like the people who inhabit them. He lay down on the camp bed that had long ago been designated his and stared at the ceiling and felt the strange, rushing, enormous quality of his own magic moving through spaces it hadn't occupied in decades, and thought about all the things that were coming tomorrow. He didn't think about Dumbledore yet. He wasn't ready for that one. He tucked it carefully away and thought about Gringotts instead, the cool, high-vaulted halls, the goblins with their dark eyes and longer memories, the vaults in the earth below where his gold sat and apparently, beside it, an inheritance he'd never been told he had. His hands, flat on the blanket, were warm. Not glowing anymore. Just warm. Like something that had been cold a long time had finally found the right temperature. He slept. He dreamed, as Bill had predicted, and the dreams were complicated and vivid and full of things that were trying to find their way home, and he let them come the way you let weather come, present and unresisting, and by the time the Burrow's garden began to catch the first gray light of morning, something in him had settled into a shape that was more complete than the one he'd worn the day before. Down in the kitchen, he could hear Bill on the flue, his voice low and precise and professional, making calls. Setting things in motion. Upstairs, Harry opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. 60 blocks left to go. An inheritance audit. A minister of magic who was coming to him. A war that was about to become significantly more complicated for everyone involved, including himself. He thought, good. Then he got up. Chapter 2, Gringotts. The ministry team arrived at 6 in the morning. There were 4 of them, 2 Aurors Harry didn't recognize, one junior official clutching a clipboard with the desperate energy of someone who had been handed a job they understood was above their pay grade, and Senior Undersecretary Weatherby Davies, who had Scrimgeour's particular brand of political authority written into the set of his shoulders and the way he knocked on the Burrow's front door like the door owed him something. Arthur answered it. Harry stood at the top of the stairs in the dark, listening. "We're here for Harry Potter," Davies said, with the clipped efficiency of a man who had rehearsed this. "Under Ministry Emergency Provision 7, which authorizes protective custody of a protective custody," Arthur repeated. "Evaluation," Davies corrected. "Protective evaluation." Arthur's voice was pleasant in a way that Harry had learned meant he was doing something careful with his temper. "I've spoken with Mr. Potter this morning, and he's happy to cooperate with the ministry's concerns. He'll be available at 10 o'clock, at Gringotts, in the Director's Hall. If Minister Scrimgeour wants to send a representative, Mr. Weasley, this isn't a request, he's 17, Mr. Davies. He's of age. He's on private property with the full knowledge and consent of the property's owners. And Gringotts." Arthur paused, and Harry could hear the precise moment he deployed his most gentle, most implacable voice. "Gringotts has already confirmed the appointment. I believe Director Ragnarok sent his own owl to the minister this morning. You might want to check with your office before proceeding." A pause. The sound of Davies doing something with his clipboard. 10 o'clock, Davies said, finally, in the tone of someone choosing their battles very specifically. "We'll see you there," Arthur said warmly, and closed the door. Harry came downstairs to find Arthur standing in the hallway with his hands in his cardigan pockets, looking at the closed door with a quiet, private satisfaction. "Well done," Harry said. Arthur turned. He looked tired, he'd clearly been up most of the night, but his eyes were bright. "The Goblin Director's involvement changes their options considerably," he said. "Scrimgeour can't touch you inside Gringotts without starting an international incident, and he knows it." He paused. "Harry. Before we go. I need to ask you something." Harry waited. "Last night, when Bill was listing the signatures on the blocks." Arthur's voice was careful. "There were ministry signatures. I want you to know, I have spent the night thinking about whether I knew. Whether I missed something I should have seen." He looked at Harry directly, in the way that Arthur Weasley sometimes did when he was being completely, uncomplicatedly honest. "I didn't know. But I also know that's not the same as not being part of the system that allowed it. And I'm sorry." Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "I know you didn't know, Arthur. And I know who I trust." He paused. "I need that to mean something going forward. I need the people I trust to trust me in return. That means no one decides what I should or shouldn't know. Not to protect me. Not for any reason." Arthur held his gaze. "Agreed," he said. Simply. Without qualification. They shook hands. It was a strange, adult moment, and Harry felt it as such, the shift of register between them, something recalibrating into something new. Not less warm. Just different. More honest. Molly put breakfast on the table at 6:30, and despite everything, everyone ate. This was the Weasley family's great talent, Harry had always thought, the ability to function in a crisis through the medium of food and noise. Fred ate 3 helpings of eggs and speculated at length about what exactly the Potter family grimoire might contain and whether any of it could be adapted for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes purposes. George said if it was 3,000 years of Potter family secrets it was probably mostly dark arts, which Fred said was even better, which made Molly point her wand at both of them simultaneously in a gesture that didn't need words. Ginny sat across from Harry and ate her toast and didn't say very much, which wasn't unusual, but every now and then she looked at him with that recalibrated expression from the night before, measuring something. Not wary. Interested. Like he was a puzzle she was deciding whether to solve or whether to let solve itself. Ron ate in the focused, committed way he ate when he was thinking hard. Halfway through his second helping of toast he said, without preamble, the Weisengamat seat. If you have a hereditary seat, that's votes. That's actual political power. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore had a seat, Ron said. He used it. You could, one thing at a time, Harry said. I'm just saying. Scrimgeour wants you as a symbol. But if you've got a Weisengamat seat, you're not a symbol. You're a peer. That's different. Harry looked at him. Ron had gone back to his toast with the air of someone who had said the useful thing and was now waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. Harry thought, not for the first time, that people consistently underestimated Ron Weasley and that this was one of the greater intellectual failures of the wizarding world. When did you get smart? Harry said. I've always been smart, Ron said. You lot just keep looking at Fred and George. Fred said, rude, from the other end of the table without looking up. They went to Gringotts by Flu, Harry, Bill, Arthur, Ron, and Hermione, who had been old at 6:15 and had arrived at 7:30 with a bag large enough to suggest she'd been ready for something like this for some time and had simply been waiting for the specific shape of it to materialize. She'd hugged Harry fiercely and said, "Tell me everything," and Harry had told her everything while she took notes, and when he finished she was quiet for approximately 4 seconds, which was Hermione processing a large quantity of information very fast, and then she said, "The Weisengamat seat," in exactly the same tone Ron had used, which made Harry feel that the two of them had arrived at the same conclusion by different roads, which was both reassuring and slightly alarming. The Fleur deposited them in a private Gringotts receiving room rather than the main hall, which told Harry that Bill had done considerable work overnight. The room was small and unadorned in the particular Gringotts way, marble and iron, nothing wasted, nothing decorative, everything chosen to communicate that this was a place where serious things were measured and recorded and no one had time for your feelings about it. A goblin was waiting for them. He was not one of the small, quick clerks Harry remembered from his vault trips. He was older, considerably older, with the deep carved wrinkles of someone who measured their age in centuries rather than decades, dressed in robes of dark red and gold that communicated status with the goblin economy of communication Harry had always found more honest than the wizard equivalent. He carried a carved staff, though he didn't lean on it. He held it the way people hold things they don't need to hold but choose to anyway, for reasons of their own. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. His voice was low and unhurried. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank. Please sit." There was a table. Harry sat on one side, and the goblin sat on the other, and the others arranged themselves behind Harry with the instinctive arrangement of people who understood they were supporting rather than leading this particular conversation. Ragnarok looked at Harry for a moment with the specific, assessing attention that Harry associated with people who had seen a very great deal and were deciding where to file what they were currently seeing. "I have reviewed your family's account records through the night," Ragnarok said. "This was my own decision, not requested. When Cursebreaker Weasley contacted us with the diagnostic results, it became clear that Gringotts has a significant interest in this matter." A pause. "We do not permit our banking instruments to be used against our clients. The inheritance suppression registered through your family vault was fraudulent. Filed under a power of attorney that should not have been valid." "Who filed it?" Harry asked. Ragnarok reached into his robes and produced a scroll, which he unrolled and placed on the table between them. The power of attorney was filed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, citing his role as your designated magical guardian following the death of your parents. Harry looked at the scroll. He read the date. He read it again. November the 3rd, he said. 1981, 2 days after your parents were killed, Ragnarok confirmed. The room was quiet. Behind Harry, he could sense rather than see Hermione going very still in the way she did when she encountered information that restructured something she had believed. He could sense Ron carefully not saying anything, which was its own kind of noise. What did he take? Harry asked. Not emotionally. He just needed the facts arranged. Ragnarok settled the scroll with the precise movements of someone with a great deal of practice at delivering difficult financial news. The Potter family vault, the one you know as Vault 687, is your trust vault. Set up by your father for your education and personal use. It was not touched. He paused. The family vault, Vault 312, was not touched in terms of capital. What was suppressed was your access and your knowledge of it. You have been banking heiress to a vault of considerable size and have never been informed it exists. Harry stared at him. Additionally, Ragnarok continued, the inheritance suppression blocked your access to 3 properties, Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow, not the cottage, the manor, which is a separate structure. Harry hadn't known there was a manor. Peveril Cottage in the Welsh Highlands. And a London townhouse in Grimmauld Place adjacent. Grimmauld Place, Harry said. Adjacent to the Black family property, yes. The townhouse is number 10. You have spent considerable time at number 12 without knowing that number 10 was also under your jurisdiction. Ragnarok's expression communicated nothing, which somehow communicated a great deal. The family grimoire was sealed in Vault 312. And your hereditary Wisengamot seat, the Potter seat, currently registered as vacant since your parents' deaths, was suppressed from your inheritance record, meaning you could not claim it without the knowledge that it existed. Harry leaned back in his chair. He thought about the Order of the Phoenix meeting in Grimmauld Place. He thought about Dumbledore explaining the terms of the Fidelius charm, explaining why they were using Sirius's house, explaining the logic of their location. He thought about all the explaining Dumbledore had done, year after year, always thorough, always reasonable, always managing Harry's information with the care of a very skilled gardener who decides exactly which plants will grow. What do I need to do to reclaim everything? Harry asked. Ragnarok almost smiled. It was the expression of a goblin who had just been asked the question he found professionally satisfying. A blood test, to establish your identity beyond the records. A formal reclamation declaration, witnessed by me as director. And the dismissal of the fraudulent power of attorney, which Gringotts will file with the appropriate authority. He paused. I should tell you that the power of attorney also granted guardianship powers that may have been used to authorize some of the blocks on your core. May have been, Harry said. Were, Ragnarok said. Was. I am being professionally cautious in my language because some of what was done was technically within the bounds of what the power of attorney permitted. But the power of attorney itself was fraudulent by virtue of the manner of its filing. Your parents will designate Sirius Black as your guardian. The power of attorney superseded this. The question of whether Albus Dumbledore knew the will existed when he filed the power of attorney is one I cannot answer. Harry thought about that. He thought about it for a while. Can I see the will? He said. Ragnarok reached into his robes again. The will was 2 pages long, in James Potter's handwriting, slightly cramped, a little hurried, the kind of handwriting that suggested the person doing the writing knew what they wanted to say and was working quickly. Harry had never seen his father's handwriting before. He sat with this knowledge for a moment before he started reading, and something moved through him that was neither grief nor anger but something that contained elements of both. Sirius Orion Black, the will designated, as primary guardian. Remus John Lupin as secondary. The language around it was specific and precise in the way that legal language is specific and precise. James Potter, or whoever had written this for him, had known exactly what they were doing. The will had been filed with Gringotts in October of 1981, 3 weeks before his parents died. They had known they were in danger. They had made plans. Those plans had been overridden within 48 hours. Harry placed the will back on the table. He placed it very carefully, flat and even, the way you handle something you want to handle correctly. "I want to file the blood declaration now," he said. "And the reclamation. Today, before 10 o'clock. "That is why I am here," Ragnok said. The blood declaration took the form of a small ritual that involved Harry's palm being pricked. The goblin healer who administered it was matter-of-fact and efficient, with the particular bedside manner of someone who found dramatics around minor bloodletting somewhat provincial, and 3 drops falling into a stone basin carved with runes. What emerged from the basin was a parchment, produced in the Gringotts style of permanent record, that listed everything. Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Juniper Potter née Evans. Heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. Heir by descent to the ancient and noble house of Peveril. Holder of the hereditary Wisengamot seat, designation, Lord Potter. The list went on. Properties. Vault numbers. A seat on the International Confederation's British Advisory Panel that hadn't been occupied in 30 years. 2 titles Harry didn't recognize attached to Muggle holdings in Scotland that he didn't have time to process right now. And at the bottom, added by the blood ritual's verification, 2 words that made Hermione make a sound somewhere behind him that was very small and very controlled. Parseltongue heir. Not because of Voldemort. Or rather, not only because of Voldemort. Because Harry Potter, descended from the Peveril line, carried in his own blood an ancient attunement that predated Tom Riddle's Horcrux by 9 centuries. He stared at it. The Peverils, he said, were known for several unusual magical gifts, Ragnok confirmed. The attunement to serpent speech is one of the oldest. It was suppressed along with the rest of your inheritance, which is why your Parseltongue has manifested only in specific circumstances. The Horcrux shard in you amplified it, but it could not sustain the natural gift the blocks prevented. With the blocks removed, he considered his words. It will develop differently than what you have experienced. Harry nodded. He was doing the internal accounting of someone who keeps receiving information that reorders the world and has decided to simply let the reordering happen rather than fight it. "Sign here," Ragnok said, producing the reclamation declaration. Harry signed. The moment his signature touched the parchment, something happened in Vault 312, 200 feet underground and several miles of winding track away. He didn't know this from sight or sound. He knew it the way you know something has changed in a room you can't see, a shift in pressure, a completeness, a door swinging open somewhere in the dark. His magic recognized it before his mind did. Then the double doors at the end of the room opened, and Rufus Scrimgeour walked in. He came with 2 Aurors and Davies, who was still carrying the clipboard, and he came with the particular force of presence that made Scrimgeour effective and infuriating in equal measure, the lion's mane of grey hair, the walking stick he didn't need but used with authority, the amber eyes that moved quickly and recorded everything. He was not a bad man, Harry had decided, which was exactly what made him difficult. Bad men were simple. Scrimgeour was political, which meant his calculations were always more layered and more exhausting. Harry, he said, which was a political choice, first name, warmth, reducing the formality, and then he saw the parchments on the table and the goblin director and what was clearly the aftermath of something significant, and his eyes did a fast, intelligent recalibration. "Minister," Harry said. He didn't stand. "Thank you for coming." It was the right thing to say because it established, very quietly, that Harry considered himself to be the host of this meeting. Scrimgeour's eyes moved to Ragnok. "Director," he said. "Minister," Ragnok said, with the particular goblin courtesy that implied no particular deference whatsoever. "We have completed our business with Mr. Potter. You may use the room." He gathered his scrolls and left, which Harry noticed was a tactical gift. Ragnarok removing himself so that Scrimgeour couldn't use his presence as an excuse to avoid directness. Scrimgeour sat across from Harry. His aurors arranged themselves by the door. Arthur and Bill flanked Harry on either side, and Hermione and Ron settled back slightly. Ron folded his arms, Hermione had her notepad. "I want to begin," Scrimgeour said, "by saying that the Ministry's interest in this situation is entirely protective in nature." "What situation would that be?" Harry said. "You've had significant magical blocks removed. Your power levels are, by all accounts, significantly altered. That creates vulnerabilities." "I'm not vulnerable," Harry said. Pleasantly. Without heat. "I'm the opposite of vulnerable. Which I imagine is why you're here." Scrimgeour looked at him for a moment. Then he changed approach with the speed of a skilled politician who knows when a script isn't working. "You're right. I'll be direct. A diagnostic this significant, on a minor, I'm 17, Harry said. I'm of age. On a registered magical person of your profile, Scrimgeour amended, without missing a beat, creates a national security concern. Voldemort will know, or will soon know, that your profile has changed. He'll recalibrate. That makes you a target in a new way." "I've been a target since I was 15 months old, Harry said. "The targeting isn't new. What's new is that I'm not doing it with 90 blocks suppressing everything I'm capable of." He paused. "Who authorized those blocks, Minister? The ones with Ministry registration signatures?" The pause that followed was not long. It was, however, precisely long enough. "That's something we're investigating internally. Who authorized them?" Harry said again. Scrimgeour met his eyes. He was assessing, Harry could see it, figuring out how much Harry knew, how much could be deflected, whether the ground had already shifted too far for the standard approaches. The amber eyes were sharp and there was nothing stupid behind them, which was both what made Scrimgeour the right person to be running a wartime ministry and exactly why Harry didn't trust him to have Harry's interests ahead of the ministry's. "Cornelius Fudge authorized the ministry blocks," Scrimgeour said finally. "In 1988, through an instrument called the Stability of Magical Persons Act, Section 12. It allows the ministry to apply suppressive measures to individuals whose magical potential is assessed as posing a public risk. The assessment on you was filed by," he stopped. "Albus Dumbledore," Harry said. Scrimgeour said nothing. Which was its own answer. "So Dumbledore filed the assessment," Harry said. "Fudge authorized it. And for 7 years, starting when I was 8 years old, the ministry was suppressing my magical capabilities under a public risk provision." He kept his voice even. "I'd like a copy of that assessment. And the authorization document. I'd like them before I leave Gringotts today." "Harry, I'm not negotiating," Harry said. "I'm informing you what I require. If the ministry would prefer a formal request through my legal representative," he glanced at Bill, who straightened slightly with the expression of someone who had anticipated this moment. "Bill Weasley is serving as my curse breaker of record and I'll have a solicitor appointed by end of business today. If you'd rather wait for the solicitor, that won't be necessary," Scrimgeour said quickly. Davies made a note on his clipboard with the frantic energy of someone whose morning had gone completely sideways. "What I want from you," Scrimgeour said, leaning forward slightly, abandoning the political register and landing on something that felt more honest, "is cooperation. Not control. I want to be clear about that. I'm not here to put you in a box. I'm here because in a war, an asset of your magnitude, I'm not an asset," Harry said. "A person of your capabilities," Scrimgeour corrected, and the correction was fast enough that Harry thought perhaps this version of Scrimgeour was real, "need support infrastructure. Intelligence. Resources that the ministry can provide." He paused. "Voldemort will come for you harder now." "Good," Harry said. "I'm easier to find when he comes for me." The room absorbed that. Scrimgeour looked at him for a long moment with the particular expression of someone recalibrating an entire strategic assessment in real time. Then he said, very quietly, "You've changed." "Bill took 30 blocks off my core last night," Harry said. "I have 60 more to go. When they're all down, I expect the change will be considerably more pronounced." He met Scrimgeour's eyes. "I'm willing to cooperate with the Ministry on the war effort. I always have been. I want Voldemort gone. But the terms of that cooperation are going to be different now. I'm not the symbol on the poster. I'm not the boy you can manage." He paused. "I'm the reason Voldemort can't win, and I'm the reason he knows it. That means I bring something to this table. And I want it treated accordingly." Scrimgeour was quiet. Then he said, "What do you want?" Harry glanced at Hermione, because this was actually her cue. Hermione straightened up from her notepad and produced a second piece of parchment from the folder she'd been carrying since she walked in. Harry hadn't had time to think about it. She had spent the flu ride apparently composing a list of demands. He loved her completely. "3 things," she said, in her crispest, most precise voice, the voice she used when she was simultaneously very organized and very angry. 1. The full stability of Magical Persons Act assessment on Harry, the authorization documents, and the names of everyone in the Ministry who had knowledge of the blocks. 2. Formal recognition of Harry's Wisengamot seat as Lord Potter, immediately reinstated, which Gringotts will separately notify you is legally their purview, but we'd appreciate your cooperation. 3. A formal Ministry inquiry into the use of Section 12 of the Act, with independent oversight, to determine how many other individuals may have been subject to similar suppression. Scrimgeour looked at the list. He looked at Harry. He looked at Bill, who returned the look with the calm expression of someone leaning against a wall they know is load-bearing. He looked at Arthur, who was doing the gentle but immovable thing. He looked at Ron, who was just looking back. "The seat," Scrimgeour said, "is straightforward. The inquiry," he hesitated. "That will require parliamentary scheduling." "That's fine," Hermione said. "We'll wait. The assessment documents are technically classified." "Under what provision?" she said. He paused. "I'll have to confirm with legal." "We'll wait for that too." Another pause. Scrimgeour looked at Harry. "You put together a good team," he said. "They're my friends," Harry said. "Not my team." Something moved across Scrimgeour's face. Not irritation. Something more complicated, something that might have been respect if it had a bit more time to develop. He reached a decision. Harry could see the moment it happened, the slight shift in his bearing, the choice to concede ground in order to hold the more important ground later. "I'll have the document sent to Gringotts by end of day," Scrimgeour said. "The seat I'll begin the reinstatement paperwork on this afternoon. The inquiry," he looked at Hermione. "You'll have the formal proposal on your desk within the week." "Our owl," Hermione corrected. "I don't have a desk." "Your owl," he agreed. He stood. He looked at Harry one more time with the assessing look, and this time there was something in it that went beyond politics, something closer to the look a general gives another general on a field they both understand. "Voldemort will hear about this before nightfall," Scrimgeour said. "I know," Harry said. "Be careful." "I'm going to be so much more than careful," Harry said. Scrimgeour left with his Aurors and Davies, and the door closed behind them, and the room went quiet in the specific way that rooms go quiet when a significant presence has departed. Then Ron let out a long breath and said, "Hermione, when did you write that list?" "On the flu ride," she said. "In 3 minutes?" 2.5. "I had some of the framework already. I've been thinking about Section 12 of the Stability Act since Bill's owl arrived this morning." She tucked the notepad away. "It's a horrifying piece of legislation, as it happens. Completely unchecked authority. I'll need access to the full text." "You wrote a lobbying position on a 2-minute flu trip," Ron said, in the tone of someone who has been impressed by Hermione Granger for 6 years and still occasionally finds new reasons to be. It wasn't lobbying. It was negotiating. Right, sorry, very different. Completely different, okay, Harry said, because he was fond of them, but they could do this for 20 minutes if uninterrupted, and he had something else on his mind. He turned to Bill. When can we do the second tier? Bill was already thinking about it. Harry could see the calculation moving behind his eyes, the same methodical analysis as last night with the floating symbols. Tonight, he said. The first tier will have finished reintegrating by then. Your core needs the gap or we risk the new pathways interfering with each other. He paused. The second tier is the ability blocks. It's going to be more obvious. When those come down, your magic is going to do things that are visible. Not a small fire. More significant. More significant than wandless fire, Ron said. Potentially a great deal more significant than wandless fire, Bill said. Define significantly, Harry said. I won't know until we're in it, Bill said honestly. Which is not me being evasive. It's me being a curse breaker, which means I've spent a decade in situations where the variable list is too long to predict and you trust your preparation and your instincts and the quality of the foundation you've built before going in. He looked at Harry. Your foundation is good. You've always had good instincts. The blocks limited your power, not your character. And character is what matters when the ceiling comes off something like this. Harry thought about that. Right, he said. Tonight then. He stood, and as he stood he felt it again, the difference in his own gravity, the sense of more space in the room he occupied. Not arrogance. Just presence. The blocks he'd had removed the night before had already integrated overnight and what was left was simply more of him than there had been yesterday morning. He walked to the window of the Gringotts receiving room, which looked out not onto Diagon Alley but onto a corridor of the bank's interior, all marble columns and goblin officials moving between vaults with the self-possessed efficiency of people who ran a financial institution that had been functioning since before the Norman conquest. Harry, Hermione said, from behind him. Not a question. Just his name, as a spaceholder for everything she wanted to say. He turned. She was looking at him with the expression she had when she had something difficult to say and was deciding how to say it with the precision it deserved. Her eyes were red at the edges. She'd been holding something back since they walked in. I defended him, she said. Last year. The year before. Every time you, she stopped. Tried again. Every time you said something was wrong, or things didn't add up, I told you to trust the process. Trust Dumbledore. Trust the system. Her voice was steady but only technically. I helped maintain the system that was doing this to you. You didn't know, Harry said. That's not good enough, she said. It should have occurred to me to ask the questions I wasn't asking. I'm supposed to ask the questions. Her chin came up slightly, the way it did when Hermione was holding herself accountable in the way she held everyone else accountable, which was completely and without mercy. I'm asking them now. All of them. Every single one. And I need you to tell me when I'm still getting something wrong, because evidently I can be systematically wrong without knowing it, and that frightens me more than Voldemort does. Harry crossed the room and hugged her. She was stiff for a second. Hermione received unexpected physical comfort the way she received unexpected questions in class, with a brief startled recalibration, and then she hugged him back, hard and real. You're asking the questions now, he said. That's what matters. She pulled back and looked at him. Her eyes were clear. I want to see the stability of magical persons act in full. I want to see the names. I want to know who knew what and when. She paused. And then I want to do something about it. Yes, Harry said. Me too. Ron had materialized beside them with the instinctive navigation of someone who always knew where to stand. He clapped Harry once on the shoulder with the complete absence of ceremony that was one of his great qualities and said, "So. Second tier tonight, Scrimgeour gets the documents by end of day, and in the meantime," he paused. "What do we actually do with the rest of today?" Harry thought about it. "I want to see Vault 312, he said. Bill raised an eyebrow. "Now? It's my vault," Harry said. "I've been a customer of this bank for 6 years. I want to see what's in it." Bill looked at Ragnarok's card on the table. He picked it up, tapped it twice with his wand in a specific pattern that Harry assumed was some kind of Gringotts communication protocol, and within 30 seconds the door opened and a young goblin appeared. "The director extends an invitation," the goblin said, "to Vault 312. The card is prepared." Harry looked at Ron. Ron said, "Obviously yes." The cart ride was longer than any vault ride Harry had taken before, which told him that 312 was in the deepest part of the bank where the oldest wealth sat in the dark. The temperature dropped as they descended, the torch-lit walls giving way to older stone and older runes, and eventually the cart stopped before a door that was not the iron enlock style of the upper vaults but something older, solid stone carved with interlocking symbols, the Potter family crest at its center. Harry placed his hand against it. The door opened. The vault was not what he expected. He'd imagined gold, mountains of it, the Weasley vault sparse shelfful expanded to absurdity. There was gold, yes, in quantities that made his trust vault look like pocket change. But what he was looking at, in the steady warm light of the vault's own illumination, was a library. Wall after wall of shelved volumes, not books, exactly, not in the standard sense. These were grimoire pages, bound and rebound over generations, each section a different hand, different century, sometimes different language. Beside them were objects, small, contained, each one warded in its own individual containment field, that radiated the particular quality of things that had been in the world long enough to have grown complicated. A cloak in a glass case that Harry recognized from the Deathly Hallows story and went very still looking at. Beside it, a case containing a small mirror. And a third case, containing a stone. The Hallows. Not one Hallow. Not two. All three. All three had come home. Harry stood in the doorway of his family's vault looking at the Deathly Hallows and his family's library and the quiet truth of what the Potter name actually meant, and he felt something in him go very, very quiet, the way things go quiet in the moment before a large decision. Then Ron said, from just behind him, "Harry. Are those?" "Yes," Harry said. "All three?" "Yes." "So the whole Hallows Master of Death thing, apparently," Harry said, "that's me." Behind them, Hermione had stopped making sound entirely, which meant she was thinking so hard that external input had been temporarily suspended. Bill, standing at Harry's shoulder, was looking at the 3 glass cases with the expression of a curse breaker who has spent a decade in the most interesting places in the world and has just found the most interesting thing yet. "Right," Harry said, into the silence of the vault and the accumulated centuries of his family's magic. "We're going to need a bigger plan." Chapter 3, The Emergency. The Hallows stayed in the vault. Harry made that decision standing in the doorway with Ron breathing quietly beside him and Hermione still running whatever internal calculation had taken her offline, and he made it the same way he'd been making decisions all morning, not dramatically, not after lengthy deliberation, just by looking at a thing clearly and knowing what the right answer was. The cloak he already had. Or rather, the cloak he'd been carrying was the same cloak that sat in the glass case, which meant the block on his inheritance hadn't stopped him possessing it, just stopped him knowing its full significance. The stone he left. The wand, the Elder Wand, sitting in its case with the particular quality of objects that have killed many people over many centuries, he looked at for a long moment and then closed the case and turned away. He didn't need it. He was only beginning to understand what he had without it. He took the grimoire instead. The oldest volume, the one with the Potter crest burned into its cover, which turned out to be keyed to his bloodline and opened at his touch with the ease of something that had been waiting. He tucked it under his arm. Then he closed the vault and they went back up. The cart ride up was quieter than the ride down had been. Hermione surfaced from her internal processing approximately halfway through it and said, very precisely, the Elder Wand's documented history suggests its power derives primarily from the lineage of defeat, each wielder having taken it from the last by force. You, however, are the heir. It came to you through inheritance, not conquest. That may mean its behavior in your hands is fundamentally different from every recorded instance of its use. Or, Ron said, it means Harry's already terrifying enough without the extra wand. That's also a valid point, Hermione said. Harry said nothing. He had the grimoire in his lap and was feeling the weight of it with one hand, not reading it, just feeling it. The weight of it was considerable. He thought that a book accumulating a family's magical knowledge across several centuries would probably feel like that. Dense with purpose. Accumulated. They emerged into the receiving room to find Bill on the floor with a look on his face that Harry had learned in the last 18 hours was his working expression, the one that meant something was happening and he was managing it. He stepped out of the fireplace and brushed ash off his jacket. We have a situation, he said, directing this at Harry with the directness of someone who had decided several hours ago that managing Harry's information was not something he was going to participate in. What kind? The diagnostic. When I ran it at the Burrow last night, it registered. Bill's jaw was set. Not just on Ministry monitoring. The diagnostic signature for 90 simultaneous blocks on a magical core it's not something the monitoring systems see very often. It tripped alerts on 3 different international networks. The ICW's British office got a flag. So did the French. He paused. And so did someone else. Voldemort, Harry said. His intelligence networks. Not him directly, as far as we know. But the Death Eater network has people inside monitoring. The flag would have been passed up within hours. Bill looked at the clock on the wall of the receiving room. It was 11:30. It's been 16 hours. He knows. Harry set the grimoire on the table. What does he know, specifically? That a diagnostic of that magnitude was run. That blocks are coming down. What he doesn't know yet is the full scope, how many, what kind, what's underneath. Bill paused. But he'll be making assumptions. And Voldemort's assumptions tend to be sophisticated. He'll be recalibrating, Harry said. Working out how this changes his approach. Yes. Bill met his eyes. Which means we don't have as much time as I'd like for the second tier tonight. Harry considered this. Can we move faster? I don't want to move faster, Bill said. The second tier is the ability blocks. If they come down wrong, he stopped, which from Bill was unusual. Bill was not a man who habitually left sentences unfinished. Your core has been blocked at that level for your entire life. The abilities that have been suppressed, wandless casting, wordless magic, the extended Parseltongue attunement, these aren't things your magical core has ever had space to express. When they come free, there's a development period. Like muscle that's been immobilized. It works, but it works hard and unpredictably until the pathways establish themselves. So I'm going to be unpredictable. For a window, yes. A few hours, possibly longer. And in that window, if Voldemort makes a move, then we deal with it while I'm unpredictable, Harry said. Which honestly might not be the worst strategic position. Ron made a sound that might have been a laugh. Bill looked at Harry with the expression he'd been deploying with increasing frequency, the one that seemed to be recalibrating something. All right, he said. Tonight. But not at the Burrow. The Burrow's wards aren't here, said a voice. Ragnarok was standing in the doorway. He had arrived without sound, which was a goblin capability Harry was adding to his mental list of things he should probably have known sooner. You may use the director's private chamber for the procedure, Ragnarok said. It is the most heavily warded room in Britain that is not Hogwarts. He paused. And Hogwarts, at this particular moment, would not vouch for. Harry looked at him. Why not? Because Hogwarts has a new headmistress who is managing several competing pressures, and one of those pressures is a ministry that has spent the last 6 years making decisions about Harry Potter without consulting Harry Potter. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable in the way that Goblin expressions were specifically designed to be unreadable. The walls of Hogwarts listened to the headmistress. The walls of Gringotts listened to me. The chamber, Harry said. Yes. Thank you. Ragnarok inclined his head and withdrew with the same soundlessness with which he'd arrived. I love goblins, Ron said. Scrimgeour's documents arrived at 2 o'clock, faster than Harry had expected, which told him the ministry was either more organized than he'd given them credit for or more nervous. Davies delivered them personally, with a look of barely contained professional anxiety, and then retreated immediately as though worried about proximity to whatever was happening in the Gringotts receiving room. Hermione opened the first folder before Davies was fully out the door. She read fast, faster than most people read in general, faster than usual even for her, which meant she was going through it with the particular intensity of someone doing forensic examination rather than comprehension. Her face went through several controlled expressions in the first 5 minutes. Harry watched the expressions rather than the documents, because Hermione's face on research material was more efficient than reading it himself. Fudge signed off, she said, without looking up. But the initial proposal came from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Specifically from, she turned a page. A deputy head of the improper use of magic office named Barnabas Slade. Who, another page turn. Retired in 1994 with a ministry commendation. She looked up. For services to magical public safety. The man who proposed suppressing my magic got a commendation for it, Harry said. Yes. Her voice was very flat. The justification in the proposal is, it's clinical. It talks about your unmanaged magical potential, and the significant risk to public infrastructure and civilian safety posed by an untrained magical individual of extreme projected capability. You were 8 years old. She paused. The supporting assessment is attached. Signed by Dumbledore. She placed the document in front of Harry. He read the assessment. It was 2 pages long, written in Dumbledore's looping, precise hand, and it described 8-year-old Harry Potter with the meticulous, compassionate, completely self-convinced certainty of someone who had already decided what needed to be done and was constructing the framework to justify it. The words volatile, unstable, and emotional appeared multiple times. There were references to Harry's home circumstances, to the Dursleys' reports of incidents, to the urgent necessity of maintaining a controlled development environment. Harry put the document down. He thought about himself at 8. Small, underfed, wearing Dudley's cast-off clothes, doing accidental magic because he was scared and had no context for what was happening to him. He thought about what it must have looked like from the outside, to Dumbledore, who had the perspective of the Greater War, the prophecy, the chessboard he'd been managing for decades, and he tried very hard to understand how a brilliant man had arrived at this conclusion. He understood it. That was the worst part. He understood the logic completely. Understanding it didn't make it acceptable. I want to keep reading, he said. Later. I want to finish this today. But right now, he set the folder aside, carefully. Right now I need to eat something, because apparently we're doing the second tier tonight and I'd rather not do it on an empty stomach. Ron immediately said, there's a tea room 2 corridors over. Goblins run it. The pastries are, he stopped at Hermione's look. What? I checked on the way in. I'm thorough. When were you thorough? Hermione said. When you were doing the list on the flu, Ron said. Some of us multitask differently. The tea room was exactly where Ron said it was, and the pastries were, objectively, extraordinary, something with spiced apple and a flaky crust that tasted like it had been prepared by someone with professional convictions about pastry. Harry ate too and drank tea and tried to let his brain settle into the pace of the afternoon. Bill was on the flu again for most of it, coordinating with Cursebreaker contacts and the Gringotts Metawizard who would be standing by for tonight, and Arthur had gone back to the Ministry to, as he put it, have a conversation with some people, which everyone understood meant Arthur Weasley was going to do the thing he did when something violated his sense of institutional integrity, which was to pursue the truth in the patient, methodical, completely unstoppable way of a man who had spent 30 years watching bureaucracies work and had extremely clear opinions about when they weren't. Fred and George had sent an owl that contained a small explosive that turned into a banner reading "We knew you were holding back, Harry," which Fred claimed was moral support and George claimed was product testing and Harry thought was probably both. Ginny's owl arrived separately. It was shorter. "Mum told me about the blocks. I want you to know something. I've been watching you for 6 years, and what I saw was always real. Whatever you become with these gone, it was already in there. I'll see you tonight. Don't do anything dramatic before I get there." Harry folded this letter and put it in his pocket. Hermione saw him do it and said nothing, which was an act of considerable restraint from Hermione and he appreciated it genuinely. "Can I ask you something?" Harry said. "Obviously," she said. "The inquiry you pushed Scrimgeour on. The one about how many other people may have been blocked under Section 12. He looked at her. "How many do you think?" She considered it. "I don't know. The Act's language is broad enough that it could have been applied to anyone the Ministry assessed as a risk. Muggle-borns, potentially, if someone decided their power levels warranted concern. Half-bloods from certain families." She paused. Children who displayed early accidental magic in ways that alarmed Muggle neighbors. Children who, she stopped. Children who were inconvenient. Harry thought about that. He thought about the width of it. 90 blocks on one person was enormous and specific and target. But a law that permitted it, sitting on the books for decades, applied not just to Harry Potter but to anyone a biased Ministry official decided needed containing. "That's the real fight," he said. "Yes," she said. "After Voldemort. Or, alongside. The two aren't separate." "No," Harry agreed. "They're not." The contingent expanded as the afternoon moved toward evening. Ginny arrived at 4, with the particular energy of someone who has spent a day at the Burrow being frustrated by not being at Gringotts and has now arrived ready to compensate. She found Harry in the receiving room going through the grimoire and sat across from him and said, "What's in it?" "Mostly things I can't read yet," Harry said. "Some of it's in Latin, some of it's in something older. There are diagrams." He turned a page toward her. "This one's a warding schema. For Potter Manor." Ginny studied it. "The manor that's been sitting empty. Since my parents died, apparently." She looked up at him. "You should go see it. Eventually." "Not eventually," she said. "Soon. It's yours. The longer it sits empty, the more it becomes abstract. You need to make things real before you can use them." Harry looked at her. There was something in the way Ginny gave advice that was different from how other people did it, less hedged, less packaged in concern. She said things like they were simply true and waited to see if you agreed. "You're right," he said. She nodded, accepting this as natural, and leaned over to look at another page of the grimoire. The motion brought her close enough that he could smell her shampoo, something clean and outdoors, incongruous with the marble interiors of Gringotts. He was aware of her proximity in the very specific way that suggested proximity was something he was going to keep being aware of, and that this was going to become its own complication at some point. Later, he thought, in the deliberate way of someone compartmentalizing for tactical reasons. Fred and George arrived at 5 with Molly, who had apparently decided that the Gringotts receiving room was now an extension of the Burrow's kitchen and had brought a covered pot of something that smelled incredible and required no explanation. The goblin who opened the door for her looked briefly at the pot and then at Molly with the cautious expression of someone uncertain whether this was a security concern. Molly gave him the expression of someone who had raised 7 children and was not going to be assessed by a goblin. The pot came in. Everyone ate dinner in the receiving room, which was not the strangest thing to have happened in Gringotts that day by a significant margin. Ragnarok passed through once, assessed the situation, and retreated without comment, which Harry took as tacit approval. Arthur returned from the ministry at 6:30 with the look of a man who had had a series of extremely direct conversations and felt better for it. He sat down, accepted a bowl of Molly's stew, and said, "Davies confirmed the Wisengamot seat paperwork is processing. And I found Barnabas Slade." The table went quieter. "He's alive?" Bill said. "Retired to Wiltshire. 63. Keeps owls." Arthur paused. "I didn't speak to him directly. But I have his address." He looked at Harry. "I thought you might want to have that conversation yourself." Harry met his eyes. "Yes," he said. "After tonight." Ragnarok came for them at 8. The director's private chamber was at the deepest level of the administrative wing, not the vault level, a different part of the building entirely, a room that had the feel of something that had been purpose-built a very long time ago for very serious things. The walls were covered in protective runes that layered over each other in decades of accumulation, each generation of Gringotts leadership adding to the working. The floor was bare stone and the ceiling was high and vaulted and the torches along the walls burned without smoke or flicker. There was a single chair in the center. Harry sat in it. The same posture as last night, spine straight, hands flat on his thighs. He had come to understand in the last 24 hours that Bill's procedure required stillness not because of magical necessity but because it was easier to track what was happening to someone who wasn't moving, and Harry, who had spent his life in situations where stillness was either impossible or essential, was very good at it. Everyone arranged themselves around the edges of the room. All of them this time, Molly with her arms folded, Arthur beside her, Fred and George flanking each other with an unusual absence of commentary, Ron and Hermione side by side, Ginny at the edge of the torchlight. Ragnarok stood near the door with his staff. He had not been asked to stay. He had stayed anyway, and no one had questioned it. Bill stood in front of Harry and looked at him. "Second tier," he said. 25 blocks. Ability suppression. He rolled up his sleeves. The protective runes on his bracers caught the torchlight. "You remember what I told you this morning?" "Unpredictable," Harry said. "For a window." "Yes. I need you to understand that when these come down, you may instinctively do things you don't intend. Your magic will be finding pathways that have been sealed for 17 years. It will be enthusiastic." He paused. "I need you to not fight it. If you fight it, you'll create internal pressure that could." "I understand," Harry said. "I trust you." Bill held his gaze for a second. Then he drew his wand. The diagnostic symbols were still faint in the air from last night, ghost traces of the reading, partially dispersed, like the afterimage of a bright light. Bill's new spellwork layered over them, and Harry watched as he isolated the second tier of blocks, distinct from the outer ring, sitting closer to Harry's core, denser and more precisely placed, the work of someone who knew exactly what they were targeting. The first one came off like a switch being thrown. Harry's magic moved through a new corridor with the suddenness of water finding a break in a dam, and the result was immediate and extraordinary. Every object in the room shifted slightly toward him. Not dramatically. An inch, perhaps. The torches bent toward him. The air pressure changed. He felt it as a massive rushing expansion in his chest, bigger than last night's by a significant margin, and he breathed through it with extreme concentration. "Good," Bill said steadily. "That's fine. That's your field expanding. Let it." The second block. The third. Harry's hands left the surface of the chair's armrests, not by his choice, rising slowly in the air as his magic asserted spatial presence in the new pathways, an involuntary, instinctive expression of power-finding form. He stared at his hands, floating palm up about 6 inches above the armrests, and he was simultaneously entirely calm and entirely certain that things were about to become considerably more significant. "Bill," he said. "I see it," Bill said. "Don't close your hands. Don't try to direct it. Just," the 4th block came down, and the torches went out. Not all at once, they guttered and fell, one by one, around the perimeter of the room, and for a moment the chamber was in complete darkness. Then Harry's hands lit, not like last night's gentle warmth but properly lit, silver white, the color of strong moonlight, and the light that came off them was enough to illuminate the entire chamber. Someone in the room made a sound. He didn't know who. He was focused on the internal geography, on the sensation of his magic moving through newly freed space, on Bill's voice saying, "4 down, 21 to go," with the steady rhythm that Harry had come to understand was not calm so much as highly disciplined urgency. He thought, 21 more of these. He thought, all right then. The next several came quickly, Bill working faster now, with the particular acceleration of someone who has established a rhythm and knows the terrain. 8, 9, 10. Each one a new pathway, each one a rush of expansion that pressed outward against the warded walls of Ragnarok's chamber with the force of something very large in a space designed to contain it. At 12, Harry became aware he was floating. Not far. 6 inches, perhaps 8, above the surface of the chair. His body had simply left the seat in the way that objects sometimes move when they're surrounded by enough magical field pressure, and he was sitting in the exact same posture, spine straight, hands lit silver white, 6 inches in the air. He heard Molly say something very quiet to Arthur. He heard Ron say, "Okay, yeah, okay." Bill said, "Harry." "I'm fine," Harry said, and his own voice sounded different to him, fuller, with a resonance underneath it that hadn't been there this morning. Not a dramatic transformation. Just more of him filling the available space. "Keep going." Bill kept going. At 15, Harry's Parseltongue came free. He felt it as a different kind of opening, not spatial or physical but linguistic, a sudden expansion of perception, as though a frequency he'd always been able to hear had suddenly become a full channel. The sounds of the chamber, the creak of the stone, the Ragnarok staff on the floor, the breathing of 8 people he cared about, all of it was the same, and underneath it was a layer of the world that spoke a different language, and he understood both at once. He said something he didn't intend to say out loud. A single word of the language he now understood was not Parseltongue in the limited sense he'd known but something older, the natural tongue of something ancient and earth-based, and the stone floor of the chamber answered it. Not dramatically. The runes carved into the floor simply lit, in sequence, with a slow blue-gold fire that spread outward from the chair in a ring. Ragnarok made a sound that was, unmistakably, not neutral. "What did I say?" Harry asked Bill. "I have no idea," Bill said, which was the honest answer. "But the chamber liked it. Keep still." The remaining 10 came down in a run, Bill working with swift, precise movements, his voice lowering and intensifying, and Harry riding the expansion the way he'd learned to ride a broom in first year, which was to say by absolute instinct and very little theoretical understanding, and the chamber contained it, and the runes held, and Ragnarok's walls did exactly what they were supposed to do. When Bill said 25 and stepped back, the chamber was lit with silver light from Harry's hands and blue-gold light from the runes, and the torches had come back on of their own accord, burning 2 or 3 times their previous height. Harry descended, slowly, back into the chair. He sat for a moment. Then he stood up, and the light in his hands went out, and the runes dimmed back to their carved state, and the torches settled, and Harry Potter was standing in the center of Ragnarok's chamber looking at his hands by torchlight. He raised his right hand. Thought of something specific. A shield bloomed in front of him, not the standard silvery bubble of a protego, but a full physical construct, layered and faceted, without a wand, without words, with the particular solidity of something he had simply decided should exist. He pushed against it with his other hand. It didn't give. Brilliant, Fred said, in a voice entirely stripped of its usual irony. Harry let the shield dissolve. He turned to look at the room, at the people who had arranged themselves around the edges to watch something they hadn't fully understood they'd witness, and who now had expressions ranging from awed to concerned to simply overwhelmed. Molly had been crying quietly for approximately 15 minutes and had the expression of someone determined not to make this about themselves. Ron was grinning with his whole face in a way that was unqualified and uncomplicated and completely characteristic. Hermione had her notepad out and was writing fast, and Harry strongly suspected she was going to have a thesis about the stability of magical persons act by morning. Ginny was looking at him from the edge of the torchlight with the recalibrated expression she'd been wearing since last night, and there was something in it now that went beyond assessment, something warmer and more complicated that she wasn't doing anything to hide. Bill was breathing carefully in the way of someone who had just done something significant and was reviewing it. He looked at Harry with the expression that Harry had catalogued as fierce and furious sorrow last night but which now was something else, something closer to the look of a craftsman who has spent days clearing debris from something and has finally seen what was underneath. "How do you feel?" Bill asked. Harry thought about it. He did a proper internal check, the kind he'd learned to do when his scar hurt and he needed to know if it was Voldemort or something else, a methodical reading of his own state, layer by layer. "Complete," he said. "Like I've been running a race with weights on and someone just took them off." He paused. "And I'm aware I could do a significant amount of damage in this condition." "Yes," Bill said. "I'm not going to," Harry said. "Just, noting the awareness." "Noted." "There are 60 blocks total still remaining," Harry said. "The third and fourth tier. Inheritance and memory." He looked at Bill. "When?" "2 days," Bill said. "Minimum. And I want a Metawizard present for the fourth tier." "The memory blocks," he stopped. "The memory blocks are going to require a different approach." Harry nodded. 2 days, he said. He could feel the remaining blocks now. He hadn't been able to before tonight, but with the second tier down, his magical awareness extended far enough that he could sense the remaining suppression the way you sense a bandage on your skin when the surrounding area is uncovered. 35 more blocks, denser and older, sitting in the parts of him that had to do with who he was rather than what he could do. He was going to deal with them. But not tonight. Tonight he stood in Ragnarok's chamber and felt what 60 removed blocks felt like, and it was considerable. The emergency owl came at 9:47. They were in the receiving room, post-procedure, drinking tea in the Weasley tradition of processing significant events through hot beverages. Harry had the grimoire open on the table and was attempting the oldest section, a Potter Ancestors' Notes on Advanced Wards, which were in Middle English mixed with Proto-Magical Latin and were slow-going but increasingly comprehensible in a way they wouldn't have been 8 hours ago. The owl came in through the ventilation window at speed, which told Harry immediately that the speed had been wand-assisted and whoever sent it had needed it there fast. It landed on the table and Harry took the letter and read it. He read it twice. Then he passed it to Bill without a word. The letter was from the Ministry's Dark Creature Response Unit, signed by the head Auror, marked emergency, magically critical. The language was precise and controlled and said the following, that at 9:15 that evening, a magical signature consistent with a large-scale dark arts working had been detected in the Wiltshire countryside. That 2 Aurors sent to investigate had not reported back. That the signature's characteristics were consistent with multiple unforgivables deployed in a contained area. That the target location had been identified as a residence outside the village of Durnford. Durnford, Wiltshire. Arthur had come back from the ministry with Barnabas Slade's address this afternoon. Barnabas Slade. Who had proposed Harry's suppression. Who had retired to Wiltshire with a commendation in 1994. Voldemort had Slade's address too. Harry stood up. "He's cleaning house," Harry said. "He's eliminating everyone who knew about the blocks. If Slade talks, the ministry's already sending a team," Hermione began. I know, Harry said. He was already moving toward the flue. I'm not going to save Slade because I feel sorry for him. I'm going because he's the only person in that file who actually talked to Dumbledore directly and committed it to paper. If he's alive, he's evidence. He looked at Bill. I'm not asking permission. I know you're not, Bill said, already up. I'm coming. And us, Ron said, which was so automatic it barely registered as a decision. Hermione was already on her feet. If you say something about staying behind, I wasn't going to, Harry said. Good, she said, and picked up her bag. They were through the flue in under a minute. Ragnarok, who had simply appeared in the doorway again with the uncanny timing that Harry was filing under goblin capabilities, said, as they went, Mr. Potter. Gringotts' interest in this matter is not concluded. I know, Harry said. Thank you, Director. Thank me by returning intact, Ragnarok said, with the precise dry delivery of something that was both professional and, possibly, human in the older sense of the word. Harry stepped through the flames. The Durnford countryside at night was very dark and very quiet, and both of those qualities had been recently broken. Harry arrived in the lane outside a stone cottage with his wand already in hand and his expanded magical awareness doing something that he hadn't had access to before tonight, reaching outward through the landscape like a sonar, reading the residue of what had happened here. It was not good. The cottage itself was dark, one of its windows blown out, the garden gate hanging at an angle. The magical residue in the air was thick and specific, curse fire, recently deployed, the particular acrid quality of offensive magic used at full force. He could feel it on his skin. Two shapes in the garden. He didn't approach them yet. Bill arrived behind him, then Ron and Hermione together, Bill looking at the cottage with the experienced assessment of someone who spent his career entering spaces that had recently been violently disturbed. How long ago? Harry asked, meaning the magical discharge. Bill extended his wand. 20 minutes, he said. Maybe less. Harry was already walking toward the cottage. Harry, Hermione said. I can feel whether there's anyone alive inside, Harry said, and this was new information for everyone including himself, but it was simply true. His expanded awareness was reading the cottage the way a hand reads a surface in the dark, sensing pressure and temperature and presence. There's one person. Upper floor, northwest corner. Not moving, but alive. He didn't wait. He pushed through the broken gate and walked to the door and placed his hand flat against it and pushed with his magic in a way that was entirely instinctive and absolutely unambiguous. The door opened, the wards that were still active peeling back from him like a hand opened to receive something, and he went in. The interior had been thoroughly destroyed. Not randomly, efficiently. Someone had passed through every room with specific purpose. The bookshelves were pulled down, the desk ransacked, the fireplace cracked open. They'd been looking for something. The documents. Slade's copy of the filing. The original paperwork. Whoever had come here wasn't just silencing Slade. They were removing evidence. Harry went upstairs. The man in the northwest bedroom was old, older than 60, which meant the retirement date on his ministry record was probably voluntary early rather than mandatory, and he was alive the way people are alive when they've survived something they shouldn't have. He was on the floor, concussed, one arm at an angle that suggested a blasting curse had caught the wall beside him and the debris had done the secondary work. His breathing was shallow but steady. Harry knelt beside him and did something he hadn't known he could do yesterday, placed his hand on the man's chest and read the magical damage the way Bill read blocks, with the extended awareness of a newly expanded core. Concussion. 2 cracked ribs. A mild curse burn on the right hand. Nothing fatal. Nothing that a metawizard couldn't manage. He looked at Slade's face. He looked at the face of a 63-year-old retired ministry official who had, in 1988, proposed suppressing the magic of an 8-year-old child and had received a commendation for it, and he felt, not nothing. He felt the complexity of it. The anger that was absolutely there, real and justified. And underneath it, something less comfortable, which was the recognition that Slade had believed he was doing the right thing. That the man had genuinely thought he was serving magical public safety. The road to this cottage floor was paved with institutional logic and the best of intentions. Harry didn't forgive it. But he understood it, and understanding it meant he couldn't hate Slade the way hate required something simpler. "He needs a metawizard," he said, as Ron and Hermione and Bill came in behind him. Ron was already fishing for his wand. Hermione was doing a diagnostic, not a curse-breaker's, a standard medical assessment, efficient and practiced. "His files?" Bill said. Harry looked around the room. He looked at the desk, ransacked, drawers pulled out. He looked at the fireplace, no ashes, not used recently for documents. He looked at the walls, because old ministry officials sometimes did things that were simple and obvious and completely overlooked. He looked at the wall behind the door. There was a single painting, a standard, cheap, ministry-issue landscape, the kind that sat in every low-rank official's office for decades and accumulated the institutional anonymity of furniture. He crossed the room and lifted it off the wall. Behind it, a shallow cavity, plastered into the stone when the house was built, and inside the cavity, a sealed Muggle bank envelope, which told Harry that Slade had either trusted Muggle concealment or had specifically wanted to avoid magical detection. He took the envelope. He looked at it. He thought about the Aurors who hadn't reported back, 2 people who were now, almost certainly, not coming back at all. He thought about Voldemort, who had received an intelligence report about a removed diagnostic flag and within 16 hours had already moved. Already adapted. Already deployed resources. He thought about the 60 blocks still remaining on his core and the 48 hours Bill wanted before the 3rd tier. "Voldemort's ahead of us," Harry said. Not to anyone specific. To the room. "He was always going to move fast," Bill said. "Yes," Harry said. "So we move faster." He tucked the envelope inside his jacket. He looked at Hermione. "When the ministry team gets here, Slade doesn't know about the envelope." He woke up and the files were already gone. She looked at him. "I'm not protecting anyone in that envelope," Harry said. "I'm protecting the timeline. If the ministry takes the documents for an official inquiry, we lose access to them for 6 months while they're classified. If I read them first, we know in 24 hours. He held her gaze. "I know what I'm doing." A pause. "Yes," Hermione said. "All right. Ron?" Ron looked at the envelope, looked at Harry, looked at Slade unconscious on the floor. "Yeah," he said. "Obviously." Bill said nothing. He was looking out of the blown-out window into the dark Wiltshire countryside where 2 Aurors had failed to report back and where the residue of powerful dark magic was still thick in the cold air. He was doing the Cursebreaker's assessment of a scene, reading the layers of what had happened. "There were 3 of them," he said. "Death Eaters. 2 stayed outside for the Aurors. 1 came in for Slade." He paused. "The one who came inside was very good. Clinical. Fast. This was professional, not personal." "Voldemort sent someone he trusts," Harry said. "Yes." Harry looked out of the same window into the same dark. Somewhere in that dark, a world was recalibrating around an 18-year-old boy who had spent 17 years suppressed and had spent 18 hours becoming something else. Somewhere in that dark, Voldemort was thinking about his next move with the strategic patience of a Dark Lord who had come back from death and didn't frighten easily. Harry thought, "Good. Be strategic. Take your time." He thought, "I'm just getting started." The ministry team arrived at the garden gate with the noise and light of official response, and Harry tucked the envelope more securely inside his jacket and turned away from the window and went downstairs to meet them with the expression of someone who had attended the scene as a concerned witness and had nothing of immediate interest to report. He thought, beginning to understand the particular skill of keeping what you know to yourself. Dumbledore had been very good at it. Harry intended to be better. Chapter 4, What Was Taken. The envelope contained 43 pages. Harry read them at 2 in the morning on the floor of his room at the Burrow, cross-legged with the pages spread in a semicircle and a lumos running off his wand propped against the leg of the camp bed. Ron was asleep in his own bed 3 feet away, which meant Ron was technically asleep and practically conscious. There was a particular quality to Ron's breathing when he was monitoring a situation through the medium of pretending to be unconscious, and Harry had known it for 6 years. He read all 43 pages. The first 20 were Slade's own files, his original proposal, his internal memoranda, the communications between his office and Fudge's during the authorization period. These confirmed what Scrimgeour's documents had already told them, with additional texture that made it worse. Slade had been thorough. He had followed up. He had checked, annually, on the status of the blocks through a monitoring system that apparently no one in the current ministry knew existed, and each year's check had confirmed, subject stable, suppression maintained, no anomalous incidents. Subject stable. Harry set those pages aside. The remaining 23 were something different. These were copies of copies, slightly degraded in the way that copied documents degraded over years, of a correspondence that Slade had apparently obtained through channels he hadn't documented. The originals had been sent between Dumbledore and someone whose name appeared in the letters only as a ministry signature code that Hermione, who had taken photographs of everything with a magical camera spell she'd learned in 5th year, was presumably already cross-referencing. But the content. The content was what mattered. The correspondence began in October 1981, before Harry's parents died. Dumbledore had written to a ministry contact, not about Harry specifically but about the category of problem Harry represented. The letter discussed, in Dumbledore's precise and eloquent language, the question of what to do with a child of extreme prophesied significance. It discussed the risks of premature development. It discussed the importance of the child reaching the appropriate age with an appropriate relationship to their own power, meaning, Harry understood, a relationship defined by inexperience and dependency. A child who grew up knowing what they were, Dumbledore had written, would be shaped by that knowledge in ways that could compromise the outcome. Harry read that sentence 3 times. He understood what it meant. He understood it with the part of his brain that had always been good at strategy even when the rest of him was operating on instinct. A child who grew up as Harry Potter, as Lord Potter, heir to the Peverell line, wandless and wordless and powerful beyond normal measure from the age of 8, would have been a completely different person. Would have walked into Hogwarts at 11 knowing what he was. Would have walked the corridors of that school with the authority of someone who had grown up in possession of his own inheritance. Would have been impossible to manage. That was what the letter said, between the lines of Dumbledore's eloquent justification. A Harry who knew himself would have been impossible to position on the chessboard. And the chessboard required a specific piece in a specific place. The piece needed to be willing. The piece needed to not know what it was worth. Harry put the pages down on the floor in front of him and looked at the ceiling of Ron's room. The Chudley Cannon's poster directly above his camp bed had peeling corners and Ron had restuck it so many times there were layers of different spellotape visible. He stared at it. He wasn't angry. That was the thing. He kept waiting for the anger to arrive in the size and shape it was supposed to arrive in, the blinding, consuming, violent kind that had swallowed him whole in 5th year when he'd broken things in Dumbledore's office and hadn't been able to stop. But it wasn't that. What was underneath the facts in those 43 pages was something colder and more durable than rage. It was the particular grief of understanding that someone who loved you had made a considered choice to diminish you because they were afraid of what you'd become if they didn't. And they'd been afraid of the right things, which was what made it unbearable. Dumbledore had known. Had known the shape of Harry's power. Had known the inheritance. Had known the Peverell line and the Wisengamot seat and the grimoire sitting in Vault 312. Had known all of it and had looked at an 18-month-old child and decided that the safest version of the prophecy's fulfillment required that child to never know any of it. Had decided that a boy who didn't know his worth was less likely to break. Had decided that a boy kept small and manageable and emotionally dependent on guidance was more likely to walk into the sacrifice when the time came. Harry stared at the peeling spellotape on the Chudley Cannon's poster. "You okay?" Ron said, from the darkness of his bed. "Not pretending anymore." "No," Harry said honestly. "But I will be." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, was it bad? The letters? It was understandable, Harry said. That's almost worse. Ron absorbed this in the particular way Ron absorbed difficult emotional information, slowly and completely, without rushing to fill the space with something easier. Then he said, "He loved you, though. Didn't he? Whatever else he did." "Yes," Harry said. "I think he did. In the way that people love things they're also using. Both at once." He paused. "I don't know what to do with that yet." "You don't have to do anything with it yet," Ron said. "You've been unblocking for 24 hours. Give yourself more than a day to sort out your feelings about Dumbledore." Harry looked over at Ron's bed. In the dark he could make out the general shape of him, the familiar untidy outline. "When did you get wise?" he said, because he'd said this once today already but it seemed more true each time. "Same time I got smart," Ron said. "You just keep noticing it later than it happens." Harry almost laughed. He gathered the pages from the floor, organized them carefully, and set them on the camp bed beside him. "Get some sleep," Ron said. Harry lay down. He thought he wouldn't sleep, too much in his head, too much in his body, the second tier's reintegration still running its quiet process through his magic like a river finding new channels. But he was asleep within 10 minutes, and this time the dreams were not complicated. This time the dreams were just light. Morning came in stages, first Ron's alarm, then the smell of Molly's cooking rising through the Burrow's floors, then the particular noise of a house full of Weasleys resuming operations. Harry came downstairs at 7 with the 43 pages under his arm and found Hermione already at the kitchen table with her notes from last night spread in front of her, a cup of tea going cold at her elbow, and the expression of someone who had identified something significant and was now deciding how to present it. "The signature code," Harry said, sitting down. She looked up. Her eyes had the particular brightness of someone who has been awake for most of the night doing research they find important. "Emily, 7749, she said. "Ministry of Magical Law Enforcement. Registry code for a senior official. It took me 3 hours because the registry records for that period aren't all digitally stored. Gringotts had some, the ICW had more. Do you want to know?" "Yes." "Millicent Bagnald," Hermione said. Harry frowned. She was Minister for Magic in the 80s. From 1980 to 1990, Hermione confirmed. "She was Minister when your parents died. She was Minister when the blocks were placed. She signed off on the Stability Act's application to you, alongside Fudge's formal authorization." She turned a page of her notes. "But more importantly, she was the one who destroyed the original copy of your parents' will." The kitchen was quiet. "How do you know that?" Harry said. "Gringotts keeps records of what they send and to whom. They sent a copy of the will to the ministry the week after your parents died. Standard probate procedure." She looked at him steadily. "The ministry's record shows they received it. There is no subsequent filing. No action taken. Someone received it and made it disappear, and the signature on the ministry receipt for the Gringotts delivery is Bagnald's personal secretary." She paused. "Bagnald died in 1997. Natural causes. She can't answer for it." Harry looked at the table. He processed this. "But the chain of authorization is documented now. All of it." Hermione tapped her folder. Bagnold, Fudge, Slade, and Dumbledore. 4 people who knew, in different capacities, and either authorized, implemented, or maintained what was done to you. She met his eyes. 2 of them are dead. 1 is retired and in Wiltshire recovering from a Death Eater attack. And 1, Fudge, is still alive, Harry said. Yes, she said. In retirement in Shropshire. And he signed the formal authorization document. She paused. Scrimgeour will know about this by now, if he doesn't already. The question is whether he uses it as leverage against Fudge or buries it because a former minister being formally indicted during a war is destabilizing. He'll try to bury it, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. Which is why we need to decide what we do with this information before he has time to make that decision and present it as fait accompli. Harry thought about Ragnarok. He thought about the Wisengamot seat that was currently processing through reinstatement paperwork. He thought about the Potter family grimoire, which he'd spent an hour with yesterday and which contained, in one of its middle sections, written in a 17th-century Potter hand, a detailed chapter on legal recourse within wizarding governance for inheritance violations. We go to the Wisengamot, he said. Hermione's eyes lit in the specific way they lit when someone arrived at the conclusion she'd already reached. As Lord Potter, she said. As a sitting member bringing a formal grievance under the ancient charter's provisions for hereditary rights violations. Can we do that before the seat is formally reinstated? Ragnarok said the Gringotts' recognition was effective immediately from the blood declaration. The ministry paperwork is a formality. The seat is yours from the moment the blood declaration was filed. She pulled out another page. I looked up the ancient charter provisions last night. Article 42. Any member of the Wisengamot may bring a formal grievance citing evidence of rights violation. The chair of the Wisengamot is obliged to schedule a hearing within 14 days. During that period, all related ministry actions must be suspended pending review. Including any attempt to bury the documents, Harry said. Including any attempt to bury anything. He looked at her across the table. She was watching him with the expression she had when she was most herself, fully present, fully engaged, the considerable engine of her intelligence running at full throttle and pointed at a problem worth solving. You thought of all this last night, he said. Some of it. The charter provisions I found at 4 in the morning. She pushed her cold tea aside. Harry. I want to be clear about something. This isn't just about you. If we open a formal Wisengamot inquiry into Section 12 and the events around your case, it creates a legal precedent. Every person who was suppressed under that act, every person whose magical development was curtailed by ministry authority without their knowledge or consent, they get recourse. The inquiry becomes the lever. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Let's do it, he said. He told them all at breakfast. The full table, Arthur and Molly, Bill with a fresh mug of the Egyptian coffee he'd apparently sourced from somewhere, Fred and George still half asleep, Ginny sharp and present, Ron who had come downstairs 5 minutes after Harry and had the expression of someone who had been thinking since he woke up. Harry laid it out, the letters, Bagnold, the chain of authorization, the Wisengamot provision. He was clear and factual and he didn't editorialize. He let the facts speak, which they did voluminously. Arthur's response was to go very still and then say, with quiet precision, I want to see the correspondence. Harry handed him the copies. Arthur read them at the table while Molly poured more tea and didn't look at anyone, which was its own kind of statement. Dumbledore, Arthur said, setting the pages down. Yes. Arthur was quiet. He was doing the thing again, the process, the careful ethical accounting of a man who had genuinely admired Dumbledore and was now holding that admiration up against documented evidence of what Dumbledore had done and finding that both things were true simultaneously. He believed it was necessary, Arthur said. I know, Harry said. That's not a defense. No, Harry said. It's not. But it's the truth of why he did it, and I'd rather know the truth of it than have a simpler version. Arthur looked at him across the table. You're handling this better than I would, he said. I have 60 more blocks to go, Harry said. I might handle it worse when the memory suppressors come down. Then we'll be here when that happens, Arthur said simply. Molly, at the counter, said nothing. But her hand on the kettle tightened briefly, and then released, and Harry saw it. The Wiesengemot, Bill said, from the other end of the table. He'd been reading over Arthur's shoulder. You'll need someone to file the petition. Formally, a Wiesengemot member files their own petition through the clerk's office, but given that your seat is mid-reinstatement, I file it myself, Harry said. The blood declaration establishes my standing. Scrimgeour will push back. Good, Harry said. Let him push back in a formal session where everything is on the record. Fred, who had been uncharacteristically quiet for several minutes, said, You know they're going to try to make this political. Ministry under siege from Voldemort, wartime atmosphere, the narrative that internal investigations destabilize the defense effort, of course they will, Harry said. So you need a counter-narrative, George said. I have one, Harry said. The actual truth. Fred looked at George. George looked at Fred. This exchange communicated something complete. Right, Fred said. George and I have a printing press. Everyone looked at them. For the joke shop, George said, without any particular self-consciousness. Marketing materials. Catalogs. We've been expanding. The point is we can print. And we have, he looked at Fred. 43 distribution points across Wizarding Britain, Fred completed. Shops, post offices, places where wizards buy things and read things while they wait. Hermione was already nodding slowly. A pamphlet, she said. A factual pamphlet. Before the Ministry has time to shape the story. Before the Wiesengemot petition is even filed, Harry said. So that when Scrimgeour tries to frame it as destabilizing, Wizarding Britain has already read the facts. I'll write it, Hermione said immediately. I know, Harry said. I'm going to be very precise, she said. I know that too, Harry said. The second day's reintegration hit at noon. Harry had been in the garden, running through some of the grimoire's simpler ward schematics to test how his magic responded to structured patterns. It responded very well, with a precision that was new and clean and nothing like the blunt force instinct he'd been working with for 6 years. Bill was sitting on the back steps watching with his coffee and the professional calm of a curse-breaker who was used to observing powerful things and not flinching. Then the reintegration pulse came through, and Harry sat down hard on the garden wall. It wasn't pain. Bill had been very clear that it wasn't pain, and it genuinely wasn't, which didn't stop it being extremely unpleasant. The second tier's integration was completing, 30 hours of his magical core rebuilding the pathways that had been sealed for 17 years, and the moment the last pathway locked into place, his awareness of his own magic changed again in the way a person's vision changes when they find the right prescription. Everything went very clear and very detailed and very large. He became aware of the Burrow's wards, not vaguely, not as a general impression of protection, but in their specifics. He could read them the way Bill read blocks, layer by layer, origin and intent and age. He could see where they were strong and where they were beginning to thin with repetition. He could feel the 3 gnomes in the compost heap and the small colony of pixies in the roof of the garden shed that had apparently been there for 7 years and which the Weasley family had either forgotten or chosen to ignore. He could feel Hermione in the kitchen, writing. He could feel Ron in the sitting room, which was where Ron went when he was thinking hard, something about the particular stillness of it. He could feel Ginny coming down the garden path before she came around the corner. She came around the corner and found him sitting on the garden wall. Second wave, she said. Finishing up, he said. I think. She sat beside him on the wall. Not close enough to make a point of it, but close enough that her shoulder was 2 inches from his, which she'd been doing in various configurations for the better part of 2 days and which Harry had been acutely aware of each time. "Tell me what it's like," she said. What's like?" "Having them come down. The blocks." She looked at him directly. Ginny Weasley looked at things directly. It was one of her qualities. "I've been watching you for 2 days and I can see it's changing something, but I don't know what it actually feels like from inside it." Harry thought about how to say it. He didn't talk about internal things easily. Years of not having anyone who wanted to know had made him better at silence than at articulation. But Ginny was asking because she genuinely wanted to know, and there was a specificity to the way she asked that suggested she could handle a specific answer. "Like the opposite of grief," he said finally. "You know how grief is losing something and not being able to stop the feeling of its absence. This is the reverse. Things that were absent are becoming present. And the feeling of that is very large. Too large, sometimes. It keeps catching me off guard." He paused. "I can feel more of the world now. That sounds abstract, but it's very literal. I can feel you sitting beside me, not just your physical presence but your magical presence. The specific quality of it. Everyone feels different. You feel like..." He stopped. Ginny raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "Like something clean and very fast," he said. "Like the first day after a storm." She looked at him. Something moved across her face, not surprise, the expression of someone who has received confirmation of something they suspected but wasn't certain about. She stopped. "I'm not sure what to do with that." "Me neither," Harry said honestly. They sat on the wall for a moment with the comfortable and slightly charged quality of two people who have said something honest and are deciding what to do with it. The garden was warm and the gnomes were rustling in the compost heap, and somewhere in the house Hermione was writing fast, the scratch of her quill faintly audible through the kitchen window. "I need to tell you something," Ginny said. "All right." "I've been, not managing how I feel about any of this very well," she said. "The blocks, what was done to you, all of it. I've been holding it very carefully because there are more important things to deal with and because I didn't think it was my place." She looked at the garden. "But I'm angry on your behalf in a way that I can't entirely contain. Someone took things from you. A lot of things. And some of those things..." She stopped again. "Ginny. Some of those things are years," she said. "Years of you being less than you were supposed to be. Years of you fighting at 60% capacity. And I keep thinking about all the times you were in danger, all the times you nearly..." She closed her mouth on whatever she'd been about to say. "I survived," Harry said. "You shouldn't have had to survive on those terms," she said. Her voice was even and her jaw was set and she wasn't looking at him, and he understood that she was furious in the pure, clean way of someone who loved the person the harm had been done to, and that this fury was something she'd been carrying quietly for 2 days because there hadn't been a right moment and she'd been waiting for one. He turned toward her on the wall. She turned to look at him, and her expression was still fierce and still controlled and still completely unguarded, which was Ginny's particular quality. She didn't protect herself from being seen when it mattered. He didn't say anything. He reached over and took her hand, and she let him, and they sat like that in the warm garden while the last of the second tear finished settling into his bones, and neither of them made anything of it, which meant both of them made everything of it. At 3 in the afternoon, everything changed. Harry was in the sitting room with the grimoire when his expanded awareness, which was now very good at detecting magical disturbance, caught something in the direction of the front of the house. Not a ward breach. The Burrows' wards were intact. But something on the outside of them, something that was reading the wards in a very specific, professional way. Like someone assessing how to get through. "Bill," Harry said. Bill looked up from the kitchen. He read Harry's face. He was at the front window in 4 steps, wand drawn. "How many?" he said. "I'm not sure," Harry said. There's something suppressed about them. Something that's making them hard to read." "Anti-detection charm," Bill said grimly. Professional grade. Harry stood up from the grimoire. The knowledge of what was happening assembled itself in his expanded awareness with the clarity of the newly unblocked. The specific quality of the approaching magical signatures was not Death Eater standard. Death Eaters were power without precision, broadly speaking. This was precision. This was the signature of someone who knew how to move quietly. These aren't Death Eaters, Harry said. Bill looked at him sharply. Then who? The front windows of the Burrow lit up with red light. Not an explosion, a containment. A specific, ministry-grade containment charm, deployed from outside, designed to suppress magic within a designated area. Harry had read about them in the legal documents Hermione had been going through. They were used in high-security arrests. They were what you used when you wanted someone unable to resist. Through the front windows Harry could see 6 people in ministry robes arranged in a perimeter around the garden. Not Aura Red. Ministry Law Enforcement Blue. The containment charm was theirs, and it was specifically designed to suppress magical ability from the outside. It hit Harry's expanded core and accomplished approximately nothing. This appeared to surprise everyone outside. Harry felt the charm press against him like a hand on a door that wasn't locked from this side. He felt it push. He felt his own magic simply stand there. Not fighting it, not aggressive, just present and solid and not particularly interested in being suppressed by something that had been calibrated for the Harry Potter that existed before Bill's diagnostic. He walked to the front door and opened it. The ministry official at the head of the perimeter was a woman he didn't recognize, mid-40s, sharp-featured, with the look of someone who had prepared extensively for this encounter and had already begun to recalibrate as the encounter failed to proceed as planned. Her name badge read Commander Harlow, DME. Mr. Potter, she said. Under the authority of the Ministry of Magic's Emergency Magical Persons Act, you are requested to, the Emergency Magical Persons Act, Harry said pleasantly. That's interesting. Is that related to the Stability of Magical Persons Act, by any chance? A pause. It's a separate instrument, Harlow said. But the same family of legislation. Harry leaned against the doorframe. The containment charm was still pressing against him, and he was aware of it the way he was aware of the slightly uneven step beneath his foot, present, noted, not significant. Designed to allow the ministry to act unilaterally on individuals it has assessed as requiring management. To protect, I know what it says it's designed for, Harry said. I've been reading ministry legislation for about 30 hours now. I'm finding it very educational. He looked at the 6 officials in their blue robes. Your containment charm isn't working. Harlow's jaw tightened. I can see that. I want to help you understand why, Harry said. The charm was calibrated on my registered magical profile. My profile, as of 48 hours ago. That profile is no longer accurate. He paused. Which means any instrument the ministry deploys against me that's based on historical data about what I'm capable of is going to encounter the same problem. We can recalibrate, yes, Harry said. You can. But not today, because the diagnostic data you'd need to do that is in Gringotts' custody, and Gringotts is not going to share it with you without my consent. He let that sit for a moment. What's the actual purpose of this visit, Commander? Harlow straightened. Behind the professional composure she was recalculating very fast. You are in possession of ministry documents obtained without, given to me by Minister Scrimgeour, Harry said. Yesterday morning. In Gringotts. Witnessed by Arthur Weasley and William Weasley. And additionally documents obtained from a scene under ministry investigation. I attended the scene at the request of the head Auror's emergency notification, Harry said, and I found a civilian alive who required immediate assistance. Everything I did at that scene is consistent with a good Samaritan attending an emergency. He looked at Harlow steadily. If the ministry has a specific accusation, I'm happy to discuss it with my legal representative. If this is a fishing expedition to determine whether I have something you'd like to take from me, that's going to be a less productive conversation. Harlow looked at him. She was intelligent, Harry could see it, and he appreciated it the way he appreciated all intelligent opposition because it meant the conversation was substantive. She was doing an assessment of the situation with the speed of someone who had significant operational experience and knew when a deployment had gone sideways. She looked at the containment charm she'd deployed. She looked at Harry, standing in the doorframe in a t-shirt and jeans with the complete absence of any defensive posture whatsoever, the charm pressing against him like it was pressing against stone. She made a decision. "Drop the containment," she said, to one of her officers. The charm dissolved. Harry didn't react to its disappearance, which made the point adequately. "Mr. Potter," Harlow said. "I want to be straight with you." "I'd appreciate that," Harry said. "Scrimgeour sent me," she said. "Not to detain you. To assess the situation. He needs to know what you're planning to do with what you know, because what you're planning to do with what you know is going to have significant consequences either way, and he wants to be ahead of them rather than behind them. Tell him," Harry said, "to come himself, if he wants to know what I'm planning. I'll meet him at Gringotts, tomorrow morning, same room. And tell him to bring Dolores Umbridge's ministry employment file." Harlow blinked. Umbridge? Specifically her communications with Fudge's office during the period 1995 to 1996, Harry said. "She was senior undersecretary when I was at Hogwarts. She was in that building. She would have had access to my monitoring reports." He looked at Harlow with the particular calm of someone who has been assembling a picture all day and wants to see the last piece placed. "I want to know if she knew about my blocks." Harlow stared at him. "I know she's in Azkaban," Harry said. "I'm not trying to have her released. I want her file." "I'll pass the message," Harlow said. "Thank you," Harry said warmly. "Have a good afternoon." He closed the door. Arthur was behind him in the hallway, and he was wearing the expression of someone who had witnessed the past 4 minutes and was processing several simultaneous reactions. "Umbridge," Arthur said. "If she knew, it expands the chain of authorization to include Fudge's direct office staff," Harry said. "And it complicates Scrimgeour's ability to draw a clean line between the previous administration and the current one. Because Umbridge worked for Fudge but interacted with Scrimgeour's people," Arthur said. "Yes." Harry turned toward the kitchen, because he needed tea and possibly something to eat, and the grimoire was calling to him with things he still hadn't had time to read. "Also," he said, "I just want to know if she knew. Personally." Arthur made a sound that was not a laugh but was adjacent to one. The third day's blocks fell at midnight. Bill had kept his 2-day minimum, barely, as the clock ticked over, and Harry sat in the center of Ragnarok's chamber again with the stone floor's runes lit around him and the people he trusted arranged at the edges, and Bill began the third tier. The inheritance blocks. These were older than anything Bill had touched yet. Placed at 15 months, most of them, the period between Harry's parents' death and his placement with the Dursleys, the window when someone had moved very fast and very deliberately to strip away everything that made Harry Potter more than a surviving infant. They had been sitting undisturbed for 16 years. The magical structure of them had calcified in the way old blocks did, not harder to remove, Bill had explained, but more deeply integrated into the surrounding landscape of the core. When they came down, they didn't rush. They crumbled. Each one dissolved slowly, and what came through the dissolution was not a flooding surge like the first 2 tiers but something quieter and more profound, like the ground settling after something that had been holding it artificially elevated is removed. Harry felt each inheritance block come down as a sense of alignment, of things clicking into their proper positions. The family connections. The property ties. The old deep magic of the Potter line re-establishing its links. And with those links, something unexpected. His parents. Not as memories, the memories were still behind the 4th tier. But as magical presence, as the residue that bloodline magic carries through generations. He felt his father's warding style, the particular aggressive creativity of it, encoded in the magical structures tied to the Potter properties. He felt his mother's work, which was extraordinary, intricate, patient, working through connections and relationships in the way that Lily Evans's magic had always worked, through people rather than power. He sat in the center of a chamber 200 feet below Diagon Alley and felt his parents in the architecture of what they'd left behind, and he breathed through it steadily, and he didn't close his eyes, and he didn't look away from it. Bill said 20 somewhere around the 90-minute mark, and Harry said, keep going, and they did. At block 30, the connection to the Potter family seat on the Wizengamot activated. Harry felt it as a weight that was not unpleasant, a sense of standing within a lineage, of being the current living expression of something that had been building for centuries. 6 generations of Potters who had occupied that seat, who had argued and voted and occasionally done something historically significant in that chamber, and who now had a direct descendant sitting in a Gringotts vault at midnight feeling the weight of what they'd handed down. He thought, I'll use it well. He thought it with the straightforward certainty of someone making a promise. The 35th block dissolved, and the 3rd tier was done. Bill lowered his wand. He looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing over 3 days into something Harry could now read fully. It was the look of a man who had done something he considered the most important work of his professional life. How many left? Harry asked. 15, Bill said. The 4th tier. Memory and emotional suppression. He paused. Harry. The 4th tier is different. I meant it when I said I want a metawizard present. Not because the procedure is dangerous, but because what those blocks have been holding back. He searched for the right framing. Some of those memories are going to be significant. Your parents. Events in your childhood. And the blocks placed after Sirius. The room was very quiet. I know, Harry said. I want you to know what you're walking into, Bill said. Bill. Harry looked at him steadily. I've known what I was walking into since you showed me the diagnostic in the garden. Every day since then, things I was missing have come back. I'm not going to stop because the last ones are the ones that matter most. He paused. Schedule the metawizard. Give my core the time it needs. And then let's finish it. Bill held his gaze for a moment. 2 more days, he said. And then we finish it. 2 more days, Harry agreed. He stood from the chair. The chamber's runes were lit around him still, blue-gold and steady, and his magical presence in the space was substantial enough that even Ragnarok, standing by the door, had shifted slightly toward him in the unconscious way that powerful things generate their own gravity. The 55th block's gone. 15 left. Voldemort was somewhere in the dark outside Gringotts walls, recalibrating. The Wizengamot petition was filed with Hermione's precise hand on the paperwork, delivered to the clerk's office that afternoon, the ancient charter provision invoked, the 14-day clock running. 43 pages of documentation were in Hermione's folder, cross-referenced, annotated, ready. A pamphlet was being printed at this moment across Fred and George's press, to be distributed across 43 wizarding locations in Britain at first light. And Harry Potter, with 55 of his 90 blocks removed and the weight of 6 generations of his family finally sitting properly in his chest, walked out of the chamber and through the high marble corridors of Gringotts toward the fleur that would take him back to the Burrow. He walked without hurry. He walked like someone who knows exactly where they're going. Chapter 5, Loyalties. The pamphlet hit Wizarding Britain at 7 in the morning. Fred and George had done it properly, not a rushed document, not something that looked like a rebel tract. It was clean, factual, typeset with the professional exactness of Hermione's layout specifications, and it carried the Gringotts verification seal at the bottom right corner, which had been Ragnarok's contribution and which transformed it from a piece of advocacy into something closer to a legal notice. The seal meant the facts had been verified by the oldest financial institution in Britain. You could dispute politics. You couldn't easily dispute Gringotts. The title was simple, on the suppression of Harry Potter, what the Ministry knew, when they knew it, and why it matters. Hermione had written it in 2 hours the previous night, and it was, Harry thought, one of the best pieces of writing he'd ever read, not because it was emotional, but precisely because it wasn't. It was exact and documented and merciless in the way that facts are merciless when they're arranged in sequence with nothing between them but clarity. By 8 o'clock, the owls were arriving at the Burrow. They came in clusters, the kind of volume that meant the story was moving through Wizarding Britain with the speed of something people couldn't stop talking about. Most of the owls were from strangers, which Harry set aside. Several were from members of the Wisengamot, some outraged, some cautious, 2 or 3 that read like genuine expressions of concern that managed to be about Harry rather than their own political positioning, which he appreciated. One was from Minerva McGonagall, which he opened immediately. Harry. I need to see you. Not at Hogwarts. I understand the concerns about institutional surveillance, and given what I've just read, I think your concerns are well-founded. Name a place. I'll come to you. M. McGonagall, he wrote back, the Burrow. Tomorrow morning. Bring anything you have on the monitoring systems Dumbledore maintained on me during my years at school. He sent the owl. Then he looked at the stack of remaining correspondence and made a deliberate choice to read it later. He had 2 days before the 4th tier and he was going to use them, because the pamphlet was one front of a war that was being fought simultaneously on several others, and the one that had been quiet for too long was Voldemort. He hasn't moved, Ron said, from across the kitchen. He was reading The Prophet, which had clearly rushed an edition to respond to the pamphlet. The headline read Ministry in Crisis as Potter Revelations rock Wisengamot, and his expression suggested he was finding the coverage both satisfying and insufficient. 3 days since the Durnford attack and nothing. He's waiting, Harry said. For what? To see how I respond to what I've got, Harry said. He's assessing. He poured tea and looked out the window at the morning garden. Voldemort has been underestimating me for 6 years. Not because he's stupid, because the information he had about me was the same information everyone else had. A boy with one impressive spell and good instincts and a protective charm from his dead mother. He paused. He's updating that assessment now. He'll be careful until he has a better picture. And when he does have a better picture? Ginny said, from the doorway. She'd come downstairs in the manner of someone who had been awake for a while but had given herself the grace of not rushing into the morning. Then he'll move, Harry said. And I want to be ready before he does. Ginny came to the table and poured her own tea. Which means I want to know where he is, Harry said. I could feel him before the blocks, faintly, through the connection. With what's come down already, the connection has changed. It's stronger, but I also understand it differently now. It's not just a scar link. It's a Horcrux link. And Horcruxes, he looked at his tea. I've been reading the grimoire. Ron set down The Prophet. Harry. There's a chapter on soul magic, Harry said. Written in the 1600s by a Potter named Aldrich, who apparently had significant academic interest in soul-based magical theory. The chapter is not specifically about Horcruxes because Horcrux theory wasn't formally documented until the 1800s, but what Aldrich described, he had been up until 3 reading it, which explained the quality of his eyes. There's a technique. Reverse locating through a soul anchor. Using the connection from the Horcrux shard to trace back to the source. The kitchen was very quiet. You want to locate Voldemort through the connection, Hermione said. She had appeared in the kitchen with the silent efficiency she sometimes displayed when she'd been in an adjacent room and the conversation had become relevant to her research. She was carrying her folder. She was always carrying her folder. I want to know if it's possible, Harry said. The grimoire describes it theoretically. I don't know if I can actually do it. But the ability blocks that were sealing off my magical awareness have been down for 2 days. My range has expanded significantly. He paused. Last night, sitting in the garden, I could feel the wards on every building on this road. I could feel the Hogwarts wards from here, which is 40 miles. I could feel Azkaban. He let that sit. If Voldemort is in Britain and not heavily shielded, the shard is in you, Hermione said. She was not saying it as an objection. She was processing, following the logic. If you reach out through the connection, he might feel it. He might know you're looking. Yes, Harry said. Which is why I'm not doing it yet. I'm going to wait until the 4th tier is down. The memory blocks, I think some of what's behind them is specific information. About the Horcrux. About the night my parents died. Things I was present for as a 15-month-old that my mind recorded and the blocks sealed away. He looked at Hermione. I think Dumbledore knew what was in those memories. I think that's part of why those specific blocks were placed. Hermione looked at him steadily. Because if you remembered what you'd seen and heard that night, you might have figured out the Horcrux connection yourself. Possibly earlier than Dumbledore wanted you to. Possibly before Dumbledore had positioned everything else on the board, Harry said. The word board landed in the kitchen with the weight it deserved. Ron said, quietly, he really did see you as a piece. He saw me as the most important piece, Harry said. That's not nothing. But yes. He looked at his tea again. I'm not going to spend the next 2 days being angry about it. The anger is there and it'll keep. Right now I want to use the time productively. He looked at Hermione. What's the status of the Wisengamot petition? She opened her folder. Filed and accepted. The clerk's office confirmed receipt at close of business yesterday. The chair has 14 days to schedule the hearing, but, she paused. I had a reply this morning from a member named Alderton. He's been on the Wisengamot for 30 years and he's chair of the subcommittee on magical persons' rights. He wants to meet. Schedule it, Harry said. I did, she said. This afternoon. At Gringotts. Good. He looked at Ron. I want you with me for that. Ron blinked. Me? Why me? Hermione's the one who, Hermione's going to do the legal argument, Harry said. I need you because Alderton is going to read the room, and the room needs to not be just me and Hermione, because that reads as isolated and intense. You balance it. He paused. Also you're better at people than either of us. Ron looked at him. I'm better at people than Hermione. You could have just said that. I said it diplomatically. You said it wrong, Ron said. But fine. I'll come. Alderton was 71 years old with a gray beard he wore with the unself-conscious confidence of someone who had stopped caring about appearances in favor of function several decades ago. He came to Gringotts with a junior assistant he dismissed at the door, a good sign, Harry thought, suggesting someone who didn't want a witness to whatever he planned to actually say. He sat across from Harry in the receiving room with his hands folded on the table and looked at him with the measuring assessment of someone who had been sitting in a chamber with powerful people for 30 years and had developed the ability to take an accurate reading quickly. Lord Potter, he said, using the title without making anything of it, which told Harry he'd already accepted its validity. I've read the pamphlet twice. I've read Gringotts' verification statement 3 times. He paused. I want to ask you something directly. Please, Harry said. What is it you actually want? Alderton said. Not what the petition says you want, which is a formal inquiry and reparation of rights. I understand those. I want to know what you, Harry Potter, specifically, want from this process. Because those are often different things, in my experience, and understanding the difference tells me how to actually help. Harry looked at him. He appreciated the directness enough to match it. I want the legislation changed, Harry said. Section 12 repealed or fundamentally reformed so that no ministry official can ever authorize magical suppression of a person without their knowledge and consent. I want independent oversight of any future applications of magical management law. I want the inquiry to be real, not a parliamentary formality that produces a report nobody reads. I want the names of everyone who knew to be on the public record. And personally? Alderton said. Personally, Harry said, I want to finish removing the blocks on my core, locate and destroy Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, and end this war. He paused. The Wizengamot action is part of how I do that. Not separate from it. Alderton looked at him for a long moment. How so? Because the ministry that was managing me is the same ministry that spent 2 years refusing to acknowledge Voldemort had returned, Harry said. The institutional logic that permitted my suppression, the idea that certain people are too dangerous or too difficult or too inconvenient to be allowed to operate freely, is the same logic that allowed Death Eater sympathizers to operate within ministry departments unchallenged for years. He met Alderton's eyes. The internal rot and Voldemort aren't separate problems. They're the same problem at different scales. Alderton was quiet for a moment. Then he said, You've been thinking about this for 2 days. I've been thinking about this for 6 years, Harry said. I just had better information for the last 2. Alderton almost smiled. He looked at Hermione, who had been taking notes with the focused efficiency of a court stenographer, and then at Ron, who was sitting back in his chair with his arms loosely folded and the expression of someone completely comfortable in his own presence, and then back at Harry. I have 12 votes on the Wizengamot, he said. Reliable ones. I can have the hearing scheduled within the week if I apply pressure to the chair. And I want to, because frankly, what I've read in the last 12 hours has made me angrier than I've been in 30 years of public service. He uncrossed his hands and placed them flat on the table. But I need to know you'll stay the course. I need to know that when Scrimgeour pushes back, and he will, because a formal inquiry during wartime is genuinely politically destabilizing, and he's not wrong about that even if his reasons for caring are impure, I need to know you won't go quiet. I won't go quiet, Harry said. People say that, Alderton said. I have 66 blocks removed and 15 to go, Harry said. The ministry put 30 of them there. I'm not going quiet for the ministry's convenience. Alderton studied him. No, he said, finally. I don't suppose you are. He stood, buttoning his robes with the decisive movement of someone who has reached a conclusion. I'll have the scheduling confirmation by tomorrow morning. He paused at the door. One more thing. The letter from McGonagall that I've heard is circulating, she's going to be an important voice. The Hogwarts connection matters. If she confirms the monitoring systems that were in place during your time at school, it broadens the evidentiary base significantly. She's coming to see me tomorrow, Harry said. Alderton nodded. Good. He opened the door, then stopped. Lord Potter. For what it's worth, and I know it isn't much, I'm sorry. This chamber should have caught this. It didn't. He looked at Harry with the specific gravity of institutional accountability, which is rare and distinct from personal guilt. We failed you. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said simply. You did. Help me make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. Alderton left. Ron waited until the door was fully closed. Then he said, 12 votes. It's a start, Hermione said. It's a significant start, Ron said. The Wizengamot has 83 sitting members, Hermione said. We need a simple majority for the inquiry motion. 42 votes. So we need 30 more, Ron said. 30 from people who are either already sympathetic, or who can be persuaded that the political cost of opposing it is higher than supporting it. She was already making notes. Scrimgeour will be lobbying against it. But the pamphlet has changed the public pressure calculation. Every Wizengamot member who publicly opposes the inquiry is now going to be associated with the suppression in the public record. Scrimgeour knows that, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. Which means he's going to try to find a middle position. Support the inquiry in principle but control the scope. We need to make the scope non-negotiable before he has time to offer a watered-down alternative. How? Ron said. Hermione looked up from her notes. By having the evidence fully presented before the hearing. Not just our pamphlet. The full documentation, placed into Wizengamot record by Gringotts directly. She looked at Harry. Ragnarok. I'll ask him this afternoon, Harry said. She nodded and went back to her notes with the expression of someone who has several more ideas and is simply deciding on their order. McGonagall arrived at the Burrow the following morning with a leather satchel, a contained fury that she wore with the discipline of someone who had been managing large emotions with precision for 50 years, and a tin of shortbread that she presented to Molly without preamble, which Molly received as the profound gesture of respect it was. She sat across from Harry at the kitchen table, and for a moment she just looked at him in the way she'd occasionally looked at him over 6 years, the look that had always seemed to contain more than it admitted to. Now he understood it better. Now he understood that McGonagall, who was not a warm person in the obvious way but who was loyal with an intensity that made warmth seem decorative by comparison, had probably known more than she'd said for a very long time, and the question was how much. "You know why I'm here," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Before I say anything, I want you to know something." Her voice was precise and level. "I did not know the full extent of what was done to you. I knew Dumbledore maintained monitoring systems. I knew there were certain parameters around your development at school. I did not know there were 90 blocks on your magical core. I did not know about the inheritance suppression, the will, Bagnald." She held his gaze without flinching from it. "If I had known, I want to say I would have acted sooner, and I'm not entirely certain that's true, because I trusted Dumbledore with a completeness that I now understand was a failure of my own judgment. But I would not have been comfortable with it." Harry looked at her. He thought about this and he believed her, not because it was easy to believe but because it was consistent with everything he knew about her, a woman who had strong opinions and defended them and had occasionally, obliquely, tried to warn him about things in the roundabout way of someone constrained by institutional loyalty. "What did you know?" he said. She opened the satchel. She produced a file, not ministry issue, not ministry colors. Hogwarts staff documentation, the kind kept in the headmistress's office. "Monitoring protocols," she said. "Installed in the castle's ambient magical registry when you first arrived as a student. Keyed to your specific signature. They recorded your magical output, every spell you cast, every accidental manifestation, the quality and quantity of your daily magical use." She pushed the file across the table. "These reports were sent monthly to Dumbledore. They're countersigned, which means the deputy head at the time also saw them." "You saw them," Harry said. "I saw them," she confirmed. "I saw them and I thought they were monitoring for the purposes of managing your safety. Ensuring you weren't being overtaxed. Given what you were, what the prophecy implied," she stopped. "I told myself the monitoring was protective. I did not ask why a supposedly normal student's magical output needed to be reported to the headmaster monthly. I did not ask because I did not want to know." She said that last sentence with the particular precision of someone who has arrived at an honest self-assessment through a painful process. "Will you give evidence at the Wizengamot hearing?" Harry said. "Yes," she said, without hesitation. "Whatever you need." Harry looked at the file. He opened it. The monthly reports were exactly as she described, columns of magical output data, precisely logged, Harry's signature in the registry going back to his first year. The data was dry and technical, and in the context of what he now knew, it was a systematic record of a suppressed person being monitored to ensure the suppression was holding. He read the first year's reports. His output had been flagged in the first month as significantly exceeding baseline projections, with a note from Dumbledore, acceptable. Core stabilization ongoing. No adjustment required. Core stabilization. Meaning the blocks were working as intended. He put the file down. Thank you, he said. For coming. For being honest about what you knew. McGonagall looked at him with the expression she'd worn at his Quidditch tryout and at his OWL results and at his fifth-year disciplinary hearing, the expression of someone who was profoundly fond of a person and was too controlled to let it be sentimental. You're doing the right things, she said. The petition. The pamphlet. Alderton, he's a good man, and he'll fight for this if you give him the material to work with. She paused. Don't let Scrimgeour outmaneuver you in the hearing room. He's very good at framing. I know, Harry said. I have Hermione. McGonagall looked toward the sitting room where Hermione was presumably audible through the door, because Hermione's quill on parchment had a specific sound. Yes, McGonagall said, with something very close to warmth. You do. The owl from Voldemort arrived that afternoon. It was not a real owl. It was a magical construct, a shadow form that materialized at the Burrow's window with the deliberate precision of a message that had been crafted to pass through wards by someone who understood wards as a system to be navigated rather than broken. The construct dropped a roll of parchment on the windowsill and dissolved. Bill, who had been nearest, checked it 3 times for curses before letting Harry take it. He unrolled it. The handwriting was elegant. Of course it was. Tom Riddle had been a meticulous student. Harry, I expect you found the monitoring system in my correspondence with Dumbledore more illuminating than most people would. You always were perceptive, even limited as you were. I am writing not to threaten but to offer a perspective that your current allies are not capable of providing, being too invested in their particular version of events. The people who suppressed you, who diminished you, managed you, positioned you, were not your enemies in the way I am your enemy. They were something worse. They were your protectors. The Ministry, Dumbledore, the Order, they will tell you now that they are on your side. They will support your petition, your hearing, your reclamation of what was taken. They will do this because you are now more powerful than they anticipated and opposition is no longer cost-effective for them. They have not changed. The calculation has. I have never pretended to manage you. I have always known what you were. There is a conversation I think we should have. Not about surrender. Not about sides. About the nature of what we both are, and what the wizarding world has made of us both. You know how to reach me through the connection. Harry read it twice. Then he passed it to Bill, who read it and passed it to Hermione, who read it and passed it to Ron, who read it and said, well, that's a lot of words for, I'm scared of you now. He's not scared, Harry said. He's recruiting. He's trying to drive a wedge, Hermione said. Between you and Scrimgeour, between you and Dumbledore's legacy. The argument he's making, that the people on your side are just recalculating, is designed to make you feel like you can't trust anyone. I know, Harry said. And is it working? Ron said. Direct and unself-conscious, the way Ron asked difficult questions. Harry looked at him. The part about the calculation changing? Yes. That part is true. Scrimgeour is cooperating now because opposing me is no longer viable, not because he's had a change of heart about what I am or what I should be doing. He paused. But the alternative Voldemort is implying isn't what I want either. He's not offering partnership. He's offering the illusion of being seen by the only person who can see you. It's a very specific manipulation. How do you know? Ginny said. She was leaning against the counter, arms folded, reading the letter from across the room with the sharpened expression she'd been wearing more and more. Because Dumbledore used the same one, Harry said. Different version. He offered belonging and purpose and the sense of being the chosen one, the special one, the only one who could save everyone. Voldemort's offering the same thing in reverse, the sense of being two of a kind, the only ones who truly understand each other. He set the letter on the table. Both of them decided what I was before I had any say in it. I'm not interested in either version. Ginny looked at him for a moment. Then she said, what are you going to do about the letter? Keep it, Harry said. For the Wisengamot record. Evidence that Voldemort has intelligence about my situation detailed enough to reference specific ministry monitoring correspondence. He looked at Bill. And I want to start thinking about the connection seriously. After the fourth tier. I think he's right that there's a conversation to be had, but it's going to be one I initiate, on my terms, when I'm ready. Bill looked at the letter with the professional wariness of someone who had spent a career assessing whether things were as dangerous as they appeared. You want to use the connection as a locating tool. I want to use the connection as a locating tool, Harry confirmed. After the fourth tier. After the fourth tier, Harry agreed. The fight, when it came, wasn't with Voldemort. It came at 7 in the evening, in the Burrow's sitting room, and it came from the direction Harry had been half anticipating since the morning the diagnostic went off. Percy Weasley had been largely peripheral to the last 4 days, present at some meals, absent at others, present in the Burrow but occupying the particular social distance of someone who was watching a situation he had opinions about and waiting for the moment to express them. Harry had noticed this in the way he was now noticing everything, his expanded awareness catching the specific quality of Percy's magical presence, which was controlled and tightly organized in a way that matched his personality exactly. The moment came after dinner when most people were in the kitchen and Harry had wandered to the sitting room to look at the Weasley family clock. He was looking at it because his own hand, which had always read mortal peril for as long as he could remember seeing it, had shifted to something that took him several seconds to interpret. It sat between traveling and home. Percy came in behind him. I want to talk to you, Percy said. He had his ministry voice on, which was different from his family voice, more precise, more careful, with the particular register of someone who worked with language professionally. All right, Harry said. I've been at the ministry for the last 3 days, Percy said. Not hiding. Working. Scrimgeour has me coordinating the response to the pamphlet because my connection to your situation is obvious and he thought I could provide perspective. Harry turned from the clock. What kind of perspective? He thinks you're moving too fast, Percy said. And I think he's right. The sitting room was quiet. Through the walls, Harry could hear the kitchen noise, dishes, conversation, Molly's radio. Too fast, Harry said. The Wisengamot hearing, the pamphlet, the confrontation with Harlow's team, the letter to Alderton, Percy counted these off, not frantically but methodically. In 4 days you've generated a political crisis of a scale the ministry hasn't seen in 20 years. In wartime. Harry, I understand why. What I've read in that pamphlet, what Bill found, I don't have words for it. What was done to you is wrong, categorically, and I'm angry on your behalf in a way I haven't told you yet. He stopped. Recalibrated. But the timing matters. Every political resource we spend fighting this battle internally is a political resource not spent on the external war. Harry looked at him. Percy, he said, not unkindly. Who told you to come say this to me? Percy's expression tightened. I told you. Scrimgeour thinks, I heard you. I'm asking who told you to come here, specifically, tonight, to have this conversation with me. As opposed to having it in a professional context tomorrow morning. A pause. Percy's jaw moved. He thought you might receive it better from family. He was using you, Harry said. Simply, without accusation. Just the fact. He was making a strategic, he was using you, Harry said again, in exactly the same tone. He knew you'd want to believe you were helping, and he gave you an argument that sounds reasonable in isolation, and he sent you in here tonight because he thought the family context would lower my guard. He held Percy's eyes. I'm not saying you're wrong that timing matters. I'm saying the person who sent you here doesn't have your interests, or mine, as his primary concern. Percy stared at him. The careful professional composure was doing something complicated underneath. The argument stands regardless of who made it, Percy said, but with less certainty than he'd started with. Yes, Harry said. And here's my answer to it: if I slow down, Scrimgeour has time to shape the narrative. The documents get buried while the inquiry is being scheduled. The Wisengamot members who are currently reading the pamphlet and feeling the public pressure have time to be lobbied privately into a less useful position. The momentum that exists right now. He paused. Percy. I've been managed my entire life. I know what it feels like when someone is trying to get me to slow down. Sometimes it's because the speed is genuinely dangerous. And sometimes it's because the speed is dangerous for them. Percy was quiet for a long moment. Harry could feel the specific quality of Percy's presence, the internal accounting happening behind those precise eyes, the revaluation of something he'd been carrying into the room and was now not sure fitted the same way. Scrimgeour isn't your enemy, Percy said finally. It sounded less like an argument and more like something he was working out for himself. No, Harry agreed. He's not. He's a politician in a war, doing politician things. I don't hate him for it. But I'm not going to slow down because his particular political position is more comfortable at a slower pace. He paused. I'm also not going to stop trusting you because he used you once. That's a separate thing. Percy looked at him. Something shifted in Percy's face. Not the professional composure underneath it. Something that had been held at a particular careful distance for a long time moved closer. I owe you an apology, Percy said quietly. Harry waited. 5th year. When I was at the ministry and you were, he stopped. When you were telling everyone Voldemort was back and no one believed you. Including me. His voice was even and he maintained it evenly the way someone maintains something they have decided to say properly rather than comfortably. I told my parents you were unstable. I wrote to Ron saying the same. I believed the ministry's narrative because it was easier and because I was, he paused. I was ambitious and frightened and the ministry was where I'd built everything, and believing you meant the ministry was wrong, and I wasn't ready for that. The sitting room was quiet. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry, Percy said. Not performatively. Just directly. I know that too, Harry said. And I'm glad you're back. I mean that. Percy looked at him with the expression of someone who has received something they weren't sure they deserved. Then he straightened slightly, not the ministry posture, something more natural. What do you need from me? That I can actually give you. Not on Scrimgeour's behalf. Harry thought about it. Your knowledge of ministry procedure. The hearing is going to go into areas where the process matters as much as the substance, and Hermione has the legislation but there are room dynamics. I know the Wisengamot chamber better than anyone who hasn't sat in it, Percy said. Then I need you in the preparation sessions, Harry said. Working with Hermione. The look on Percy's face when Harry said working with Hermione was briefly eloquent about how he felt about the idea of working with Hermione. Then he nodded. All right, he said. He left the sitting room and went to find Hermione, and Harry heard, 3 seconds later, the particular quality of two very organized people meeting each other's preparation with the friction of overlapping expertise, which was, honestly, the most productive sound he'd heard all week. He turned back to the clock. His hand had moved again. It no longer read traveling. It no longer read anything recognizable. It was pointing somewhere between the labeled positions, at a space on the clock face that had no designation, as though the mechanism couldn't decide how to categorize where Harry Potter currently was or what he was currently doing. He watched it for a while. Then, from the kitchen, Ginny's voice, calling him for tea, practical and warm and completely unsentimental about it, and he left the clock doing its uncertain business and went back to the noise and light of a house full of people who had decided, each in their own way, that where they stood was here. The 4th tier. Bill had said 2 days. Harry had given him 2 days and 7 hours, which was the time it took to get to midnight of the 2nd day and have the Gringotts Metawizard confirm that his core's reintegration was complete enough for the final procedure. The Metawizard's name was Healer Faustus Greengrove, human, not goblin, brought in through Gringotts' private medical partnership, and he was 60 and precise and had the bedside manner of someone who cared about doing things correctly and believed that this was more respectful than warmth. Harry liked him immediately. The memory suppressors, Greengrove said, reviewing his diagnostic, are layered in a way that suggests multiple applications at different times by different practitioners. The oldest ones are from 1982. The most recent, he checked the date on the symbol. November 1996. 3 months before you're sitting in front of me. After Sirius, Harry said. After whoever or whatever caused the emotional trauma this suppressor was applied in response to, Greengrove said carefully. I don't know the circumstances. I'm reporting the magical evidence. It was after Sirius, Harry said. What happens when they come down? Memory restoration, Greengrove said. The memories are intact, blocks don't destroy, they suppress. Everything that was suppressed is still there, in the same condition as when it was sealed. When the blocks come down, those memories will surface. He met Harry's eyes. Not all at once. The brain manages its own restoration pace. But the initial release will be significant. You may experience several memories simultaneously before the process stabilizes. He paused. I need you to stay grounded in the room. Whatever you see, whatever you feel, remember where you are. The people around you are real and present. If you lose orientation, look at someone you trust. Harry nodded. He looked at Ron, who was standing to his left, and Ron looked back with the uncomplicated, steady, complete attention of someone who had decided that this was where he was going to stand and was not going to move. Ready? Bill said. Yes, Harry said. Bill began. The first memory suppressor came down and Harry was 15 months old in a house in Godric's Hollow and the world was green and very bright and very loud, and his mother was standing in front of him with her arms out and her voice doing something that was not quite a word but was entirely clear in its meaning, and then she wasn't standing anymore, and there was only the green light, and then, Harry made a sound. He didn't control it. He hadn't been able to. It came out of him and it was not a word and it was not a scream and it was just the sound of something very old coming to the surface of a person after 16 years sealed in the dark. Harry. Ron's voice. Present. Exact. I'm here. Right here. Harry found him with his eyes and held on. The second suppressor. Later memories now, a cupboard, age 6. The specific quality of dark that a child learns to map by feel, the shelf corners memorized. The feeling of wanting something large and shapeless that he hadn't had words for then and understood now as wanting to be held, wanting someone to come, wanting the specific warmth of parents who were not coming because they could not come because they were gone. The third. Age 9. Something had happened at school, something with Dudley and Dudley's friends and the specific quality of cruelty that children deploy with the unconscious expertise of people who haven't learned yet that cruelty has a cost. He'd done magic without meaning to. Something had pushed Dudley back without touching him, and Dudley had sat down hard on the pavement with the stunned expression of someone who has encountered something they don't have a category for. He remembered the feeling of doing it. Not guilt. Something much more complicated. Relief and terror and the first glimpse of a self that was more than what the Dursleys told him he was. And then, nothing. That memory had been cut off at exactly that point. Filed under incident, managed by whoever had been maintaining the monitoring. His fist was tight on his knee. He was aware of it. He loosened it deliberately. 2 more, Bill said, softly. Just 2. The fourth. The graveyard. Cedric. The way Cedric had looked, afterward, which Harry had been unable to look at directly for 2 years because every time he tried the grief flattened him, and now the flattening was gone, the suppressor that had smoothed the edge of it was gone, and what was underneath was just grief, plain and real and bearable because it was his and he could carry it. Cedric Diggory deserved to be mourned properly, without a ministry official suppressor taking the edge off it for management purposes. Harry let himself mourn him for exactly 30 seconds, sincerely, in the center of Ragnar's chamber with the runes lit around him. Then the fifth. The last one. Sirius falling through the veil, and the grief that had been suppressed within weeks of it happening, the enormous, specific grief of losing the first person who had ever been, or almost been, a parent to him, the person who had looked at Harry like he was James's son and meant it as the highest possible thing, all of that came back whole, exactly as it had been in the moment before it was taken from him. He sat with it. He sat with all of it, with Cedric and Sirius and the cupboard and the pavement and the graveyard and 15 months old in Godric's Hollow and his mother's voice and the green light, and he held all of it without flinching and without suppression and without any buffer between himself and the complete honest weight of his own life. It was very large. It was entirely his. After a long moment, he said, "That's 15. That's 15, Bill confirmed. His voice was doing something he wasn't managing. He was not trying very hard to manage it. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber. The runes. The torches. Ron, 3 feet away, face completely open, not pretending to be unaffected and not trying to be, which was the right response and Harry was grateful for it. Ginny, at the edge of the torchlight, and her face was wet, and she wasn't apologizing for that. Molly had both hands pressed to her mouth and Arthur's arm was around her. Fred and George, shoulder to shoulder, for once entirely still. Percy, who had come tonight without being asked, standing at the back, and his composure was intact and his eyes were not. Bill, lowering his wand for the last time. Harry became aware, gradually, of what 90 removed blocks felt like from inside. It was not spectacular. It was not a transformation. He was still himself, still the same person who had eaten Molly's overcooked chicken 3 days ago and watched the garden in the dark. He had the same face and the same height and the same slightly underfed frame from a childhood that had not been generous with food. But the space he occupied, the actual spatial and magical presence of him in the room, had expanded to something that filled the chamber fully and pressed gently against its warded walls, not aggressively but naturally, the way light fills a room when you stop blocking the window. He stood up. He stood up and he felt 90 gone, the totality of himself, every pathway open and every inheritance intact and every memory present and every suppressor dissolved, and this was Harry Potter, the complete one, the one that had always been here waiting under everything that had been placed on top of him. He looked at his family, which was what the Weasleys were, which was what this room was, and he said, quietly, "Thank you. Not for the procedure. For all of it. For 3 days of standing at the edges of a room and refusing to leave. For Ron's steady voice. For Ginny's wet eyes. For Bill's 30 years of training aimed at the most important thing he'd ever broken." Molly said, softly, "Oh, Harry." And the way she said it was not about pity and was not about the blocks and was not about Dumbledore or the Ministry or the war. It was simply about seeing someone who had been diminished for a very long time finally, fully, arrive. He nodded once. Then he looked at the ceiling of Ragnar's chamber and felt, for the first time in his life, the complete and unobstructed reach of his own magic extending outward in all directions, through the stone, through the city, across the country, and at the very edge of his range, like a signal in the dark, the cold, particular presence of Tom Riddle. Waiting. Thinking. Harry felt it. And Tom Riddle, wherever he was, felt Harry feel it. Good, Harry thought. Now you know. Chapter 6, Unbound. The morning of the Wisengamot hearing, Harry woke before dawn. Not from a nightmare. That was the first thing he noticed. The quality of the waking was clean, without the adrenaline edge that had characterized most of his mornings for 6 years. He lay in the dark of Ron's room and listened to the Burrow breathe and felt the reach of his own awareness moving outward through the sleeping house with the particular ease of something that had been doing this for a week now and had found its natural rhythm. He could feel everyone. Ron, directly beside him, in the deep untroubled sleep of someone with a genuinely clear conscience. Ginny, 2 floors up, awake. He'd noticed she was an early riser, surfacing before anyone else with the quiet efficiency of someone who liked the first hour of the day to belong to them. Hermione in the spare room, also awake, because Hermione was probably never fully asleep when there was a significant event the following morning. He could feel the focused quality of her presence, like a lamp burning behind a curtain. Bill downstairs, on the flu already, which at 5 in the morning meant Gringotts business, which meant something had happened. Harry was dressed and downstairs in 4 minutes. Bill looked up from the fireplace as he came in. He had the expression of someone who had received news and was deciding how to present it. "Ragnarok," he said. "He's been tracking the Horcrux signatures. The ones on the detection list we built from the Grimoire's Soul Magic chapter." He paused. "One of them moved last night." Harry went still. "Which one?" "The locket," Bill said. "It was at Grimmauld Place in the Black family's collection as of last month's check. Last night, between midnight and 2, the signature relocated." He looked at his notes. Current location reads as somewhere in Wiltshire. Moving, intermittently. Like someone's carrying it. Harry thought about Durnford. Wiltshire. The Death Eater team that had hit Slade's cottage. The professional quality of the attack, clinical, fast, searching for something. They weren't looking for Slade's documents, Harry said. Bill looked at him. They were looking for the locket, Harry said. Someone tipped them off that it was in the Black collection. If they knew about Grimmauld Place, knew the Order used it, he stopped. Someone in the Order told Voldemort about the locket. Bill's jaw tightened. We don't know that for certain. We know enough, Harry said. Someone with knowledge of Grimmauld Place's contents, knowledge of the Order's activities, he thought through it. We need to get to Grimmauld Place before the hearing. If the locket's gone, something else might be missing too. And I want to know what else was in that house. Harry, the hearing is at 10, I know when the hearing is, Harry said. Grimmauld Place first. We have 4 hours. Bill looked at him for 2 seconds. Then he reached for his dragon-hide jacket. Number 12 Grimmauld Place in the early morning was exactly as Harry remembered it, narrow, dark, smelling of old wood and older magic, the portrait of Walburga Black shrouded behind the curtain she'd been shoved behind 2 years ago. But it felt different to him now. His expanded awareness moved through it like a current through water, reading every surface, every ward, every layer of protective magic that Dumbledore and the Order had applied over years of occupation. And underneath those layers, older magic. Darker in the technical sense, not evil, just old and heavy and belonging to a family that had treated power as an inheritance in the most literal way possible. His magical awareness also registered, 2 walls to the right, the specific presence of number 10. His house. Empty for 16 years, sitting adjacent to this one, unoccupied and unknown to him. He'd walk through it after the hearing. He filed this away. He went to the drawing room on the first floor, where the Black family collection occupied the glass cabinets along the eastern wall. The cabinets were still there. Most of their contents were still there. But one case, third from the left, was empty, the velvet stand bare, the specific rectangular impression in the velvet showing where something had sat for decades. The locket. Gone. He turned from the cabinet and stood in the drawing room of Sirius's family's house, thinking. The memory blocks that had been lifted 3 nights ago had given him something he hadn't expected, a cleaner relationship with Sirius. Not the blunted, smoothed-over grief that the suppressors had manufactured, but the real thing, which was both sharper and more manageable because it was actually his. Standing in this house, he felt Sirius here in the way you feel people in the spaces they inhabited, not a ghost, not a presence, just the residue of a personality strong enough to leave a mark on its surroundings. He thought, I'll get it back. I'll get all of them. Someone's been through the library, Bill said, from the hallway. Recently. Within the last 48 hours. Books moved. Some removed. Harry went to look. The Black family library occupied an entire room on the second floor, and Bill was right, gaps on the shelves, the particular displaced dust of books recently pulled, and a selection of the heavier volumes rearranged in ways that suggested someone had been looking for something specific and working fast. Dark arts references, Harry said, reading the gaps. Advanced theory. Obscure magic. He looked at the arrangement. They weren't just taking the locket. They were building a collection. Reference material. For what? Bill said. Harry thought about Voldemort's letter. There is a conversation I think we should have. Not about surrender. Not about sides. He thought about Voldemort recalibrating, adapting, a Dark Lord who had lived through death and understood that his previous approach needed revision. He's researching something, Harry said. Something he thinks my unblocking changes. Some equation he needs new variables for. He looked at the shelves. Which means he's not coming at me the way he came at me before. He's coming at me with something new. Which we don't know yet, Bill said. Which we find out, Harry said. After the hearing. He looked at his watch. We need to go. The Wizengamot chamber looked the same as it had the one time Harry had sat in it, high stone walls, tiered seating arranged in a horseshoe, the chair's position elevated at the center. But the quality of the room was different today, and Harry understood this as his expanded awareness reading the combined magical presence of 83 sitting members, their individual signatures creating a kind of weather system in the enclosed space. He walked in at 5 minutes to 10 with Hermione on his left, Ron on his right, Percy 2 steps behind carrying a folder that was the combined result of 4 days of preparation between him and Hermione, which had produced something formidably organized that Harry privately thought could withstand a siege. He was dressed in robes he'd retrieved from Vault 312, not extravagant, but proper, the Potter family dress robes with the crest at the collar that he'd found in a trunk and which fit him with the uncanny exactness of something made for a frame that genetics had delivered precisely. He wore no particular expression. He didn't need to. The room's energy changed when he walked in. It was not dramatic. It was the particular shift of a large group of people recalibrating simultaneously, some toward hostility, some toward curiosity, some toward the specific kind of careful attention that intelligent people pay when they understand they are witnessing something that will be significant later. Scrimgeour was already seated in the minister's observation chair, which was not a Wizengamot chair but a lateral position, present, authorized to speak, not voting. He watched Harry enter with the amber-eyed assessment he deployed at every meeting, and today there was something new in it that Harry identified, after a moment, as something adjacent to respect. Not uncomplicated respect. The kind that comes with an agenda still attached. But real. Alderton was in his seat, third from the left in the senior tier. He nodded once at Harry as he passed. Harry took the floor position, the petitioner's position, the same position he'd stood in at 17 for his underage magic hearing, and stood there and waited for the chair to call the session. The chair was a witch named Griselda Marchbanks, who Harry recognized as the examiner who had overseen his OWLS. She was 93 and absolutely unintimidated by anything in the room, which was exactly the quality you wanted in a chair. The Wizengamot is in session, she said, with the crispness of someone who had been running these sessions for decades and had no patience for preamble. We are convened to consider the petition filed by Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, under Article 42 of the Ancient Charter, citing evidence of hereditary rights violation, illegal magical suppression, and institutional misconduct by the Ministry of Magic over the period 1981 to present. She looked over the rim of her glasses. Lord Potter. You have the floor. Harry had rehearsed what he was going to say. He had spent 2 hours with Hermione the previous evening going through the sequence, evidence first, legislative argument second, specific demands third. It was a good plan and it was correct and he was not going to use it. He looked at the 83 witches and wizards arranged in tiered seating around him, and he thought, say the true thing. I want to tell you what it was like, he said. The chamber was very quiet. Not the legal argument. Not the evidence. You'll read those. Hermione Granger has prepared documentation that is, I can promise you, exhaustive to a degree that should make most of the Ministry's legal team somewhat nervous. He paused. I want to tell you what it was like to be a 10-year-old who knew something was different about himself but couldn't access it. Who did accidental magic and felt the surge of it and then felt it cut off, immediately, like a tap being turned, and didn't know that what he was feeling was the monitoring system registering and the blocks reasserting. I thought I was broken. I thought there was something specifically wrong with me, something that meant my magic kept almost working and then not quite. The chamber's weather system had shifted. The hostile signatures had quieted. The curious ones had intensified. I want to tell you about going to Hogwarts at 11 and being told I was remarkable. That my magic was extraordinary. That I had potential beyond measure. His voice was level. And I want you to understand what it is to hear that, and to try to live up to it, while 90 blocks suppress the ceiling of what you can actually do. While your emotional responses are being smoothed by suppressors so that grief doesn't overwhelm you past the point of usefulness. While your memory is being managed so that certain things you saw and experienced as a child don't surface to complicate the narrative. He paused. I fought the hardest battles of the last 6 years at a fraction of my actual capability. Not because I was underprepared. Because people who claimed to be preparing me had decided that the version of me they could manage was more useful than the version of me that actually existed. He let that sit. I'm not here to destroy the Ministry, he said. I'm not here to relitigate every decision that was made by people who believed they were acting for the greater good. I understand how those decisions were arrived at. I've read the correspondence. I know the logic. He looked at the chamber, at Alderton, at Marchbanks, at Scrimgeour in his lateral chair. I'm here because the legislation that permitted what was done to me still exists. Section 12 of the Stability of Magical Persons Act. And I want it gone. He paused. Not reformed. Not reviewed. Gone. Because there is no version of a law that permits the Ministry to suppress a person's magical development without their knowledge and consent that is acceptable, and the fact that it has been on our books for 30 years is a failure that belongs to every person in this chamber who sat through those 30 years and never asked the question. Silence. Marchbanks looked at him. You may present your evidence. Harry stepped back, and Hermione stepped forward. What followed was 3 hours of the most precisely organized evidentiary presentation Harry had ever witnessed, and he had the particular satisfaction of watching it from the petitioner's position while Hermione laid 43 pages of documentation, Gringotts verification seals, Hogwarts monitoring records, the chain of Ministry authorization from Bagnall through Fudge to Slade's desk, and McGonagall's testimony, delivered in person, with the particular gravitas of a deputy headmistress who has spent 50 years being completely trustworthy, before 83 witches and wizards who had arrived this morning with varying levels of prior information and were leaving with all of it. Scrimgeour attempted a procedural objection in the second hour regarding the classification status of certain Ministry documents. Percy, sitting in the advisory position, stood up and cited 4 separate charter provisions that overrode classification in the context of an Article 42 hearing, with the precise, relentless efficiency of someone who had spent a week preparing for exactly this objection. Scrimgeour sat back down. Hermione concluded with the legislative argument, a precise, documented case for the full repeal of Section 12 and the establishment of an independent Magical Persons Rights Commission with the authority to audit Ministry use of any suppressive measure against any individual, retroactively and prospectively. She sat down. The chamber was very quiet in the specific way it was quiet when a large group of people have received a large amount of information and are processing it simultaneously. Marchbanks looked at the chamber. We will take 30 minutes for members to review the submitted evidence. Questions will be received in order. The questions took another 90 minutes. Some were hostile. 3 members from the Conservative bloc asked, in various formulations, whether the timing of this petition during an active war was appropriate, and Harry answered each version of this question with the same patience he'd used on Scrimgeour a week ago, because the answer was the same, the timing was appropriate because the legislation still existed, and an active war was precisely the context in which unaccountable ministry power was most likely to be abused. One question surprised him. A younger member, mid-30s, on the Liberal bloc, stood and said, "Lord Potter. The evidence regarding the Deathly Hallows that you retrieved from Vault 312. It was withheld from this hearing's evidence packet." "Why?" The chamber stirred. Harry looked at him. "Because the Hallows are irrelevant to the legal question before this chamber," he said. "The Article 42 petition is about rights violation and legislative reform. The Hallows are a separate matter with different implications and different appropriate handling." He paused. "And because the moment the Hallows enter a public proceeding, they stop being a strategic asset and become a political one. I'd rather they were neither." "Are you the master of the Hallows?" the member pressed. Harry looked at him steadily. "Yes," he said, without drama. "I am." The chamber's weather system shifted dramatically. He let it shift. He didn't expand on it, didn't manage it, let the information sit in the room and do its own work. After a moment, Marchbank said, "Drilly, I believe we will proceed to the vote." The vote was 61 to 22 in favor of the petition. Not unanimous. Harry hadn't expected unanimous. 22 members voted against on grounds ranging from principled concern about wartime political stability to what he recognized as straightforward institutional self-protection from people who had been in those seats long enough that the ministry's comfort was their comfort. 61 was enough. Section 12 of the Stability of Magical Persons Act was formally suspended pending full legislative repeal proceedings, which Marchbank set in motion immediately with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for an excuse. The Magical Persons Rights Commission was established in principle, with a formation committee to be appointed within 30 days. The full documentary record of Harry's case, everything, was entered into the permanent Wisengamot archive. Fudge, reached by Owl at his Shropshire retirement cottage, issued a statement through his solicitor saying he had acted in accordance with the best available guidance at the time. Harry read this statement once and set it aside. Fudge would face a formal censure through the archive record. Whether criminal proceedings followed was a question for the commission. Harry had said what he needed to say. That part was done. After the vote, the chamber began to empty. Members stopped to speak to him, some with the political warmth of people getting on the right side of a shift they'd recognized, some with what felt genuine, Alderton among them, clasping his hand with the look of someone who had done a useful thing and felt good about it. Scrimgeour came last. He came when the chamber was mostly empty, walking from his observation chair with his walking stick and his lion's presence and the amber eyes that had been thinking hard since Harry walked into the room 4 hours ago. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at him. 61, he said. 61, Harry agreed. You didn't gloat, Scrimgeour said. It sounded like an observation rather than a compliment. I got what I came for, Harry said. Gloating is for people who weren't sure they'd win. Something moved across Scrimgeour's face. You were that certain? The evidence was that clear, Harry said. The outcome wasn't about me. It was about what was in the room. Scrimgeour was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the locket. Harry looked at him. We know it moved, Scrimgeour said. We have our own tracking on certain objects from the Black Estate, following what happened at Grimmauld Place during order operations. The Death Eater team that took it, he paused. They were traced to a location in Wiltshire. The team is gone. The locket is gone. Whoever was directing that retrieval moved it further before we could get there. I know, Harry said. You were at Grimmauld Place this morning, Scrimgeour said. Yes. Find anything? Harry looked at him. He thought about the library, the gaps on the shelves, the removed volumes, the pattern of dark arts theory that someone had been assembling. He thought about telling Scrimgeour and he thought about what Scrimgeour would do with the information, whether it would go into an operational file where Harry would have no access to it, whether it would be used to sideline him from the investigation, whether the Ministry's involvement would slow something that needed to move fast. "I found the empty cabinet where the locket was," Harry said, which was entirely true. Scrimgeour looked at him for a moment with the amber eyes that were very good at reading people and were currently reading Harry with the specific attention of someone who suspects they're getting the carefully accurate version of an answer. "Right," he said. He accepted this. He didn't push it, which was interesting. Harry had expected a push. "The library volumes," Scrimgeour said. 12 books removed from the Black Collection, identifiable by cross-referencing the library catalog. Dark Arts Theory. Advanced Soul Magic. Specifically, ritual theory around the concept of tethered consciousness. Harry went still. "That's what he's researching," Scrimgeour said. "We have a captured Death Eater who confirmed it under interrogation 3 days ago. Voldemort is researching a counter to what you are. The Hallows, the Horcrux shard, the soul magic connection, he's looking for a way to sever the connection in a way that works in his favor rather than yours." Harry processed this. Tethered consciousness. The soul connection between him and Voldemort. The shard of Voldemort's soul that had lived in Harry's scar since he was 15 months old. The Horcrux that wasn't intended, that had been created by accident when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded and a piece of his soul had attached to the only living thing in the room. If Voldemort was researching a way to sever that connection, he was researching how to remove the Horcrux shard from Harry without the destruction of one of them. Which meant he'd found a version of what Dumbledore had always told Harry was the only solution, that Harry would have to die, that didn't require Harry's death. That meant Voldemort thought he could remove the Horcrux and then destroy Harry separately. "He wants the shard out of me," Harry said. "So he can destroy the last piece of his soul that isn't in his body. The piece in me. If he gets that out, he becomes mortal again," Scrimgeour said. "But on his terms. Not yours." Harry looked at Marchbanks's empty chair. He looked at the horseshoe of empty seats, the tiered stone of the chamber, the formal architecture of wizarding law and governance that he had just spent 4 hours successfully navigating. Then he looked at Scrimgeour and made a decision. "The library volumes he took," Harry said. "They're not going to tell him what he needs. The soul magic in those books is theoretical, academic. The practical knowledge he needs to do what he's attempting is older than any printed text in that library." He paused. "It's in the Potter family grimoire." Scrimgeour's eyes sharpened. "Does it tell him how to do it?" "No," Harry said. "It tells me how to do it first." Silence. "The grimoire has a chapter on soul tethering and tether dissolution," Harry said. "I've been reading it since Vault 312. Aldrich Potter's theory is that a Horcrux shard created accidentally, under the conditions mine was created under, the rebounded killing curse, the sacrificial protection magic, the specific combination of love and death that produced it, can be dissolved rather than extracted. Not by destroying the container. By completing the process the original curse interrupted." He let Scrimgeour work through this. "The killing curse that night hit my mother's protective magic and rebounded and created a Horcrux that was never meant to exist. The process it interrupted was, complete magical transfer of the sacrificial protection. If that transfer is completed properly, deliberately, the shard dissolves. Not into death. Into light. Into the protective magic it was always part of." Scrimgeour stared at him. "You know how to do this." "I know the theory," Harry said. "The practice requires the Hallows. All 3. The Elder Wand to direct the dissolution. The Resurrection Stone to anchor the moment of contact between living and transferred soul. The Invisibility Cloak." He paused. "The cloak isn't about invisibility. It's never been about invisibility. It's about the borderline between life and death. The Peverills created objects that work at that borderline. Used together by the right person, the Master of the Hallows," Scrimgeour said. "Used together correctly," Harry said, they complete the process. The shard dissolves. The connection is severed on my terms, not his. And Voldemort loses the last anchor that makes him truly immortal, because the shard in me isn't just a piece of his soul, it's the piece that his consciousness tethers to when his body is destroyed. It's why he survived Godric's Hollow. It's why he survived again after the graveyard. Harry held Scrimgeour's gaze. Without it, he can be killed. Permanently. Marchbanks's empty chair. 61 votes. The formal record now in the archive. That's why you wanted to wait, Scrimgeour said. All the blocks. The grimoire. Vault 312. He was putting it together with the speed of a man who had spent a career assembling strategic pictures. You needed everything before you could attempt it. I needed to know what I was actually working with, Harry said. Rather than a version of myself that had been curated for a specific outcome someone else designed. He paused. I'm not doing what Dumbledore planned. I'm doing something better. Scrimgeour looked at him for a long moment. The political calculation was in his eyes and Harry watched it run its course and arrive somewhere. What do you need from me? Scrimgeour said. I need Voldemort's current location, Harry said. Your best intelligence. And I need you to not send anyone else in when I go. No Auror backup. No support team. Just, he thought about it. Bill. Ron. Hermione. And if it goes wrong? Then you fight a war without a Horcrux network, Harry said. Which is still better than the alternative. Scrimgeour said nothing for a moment. Then, I'll have the intelligence to you by tonight. Harry nodded. He turned to leave the empty chamber. Potter, Scrimgeour said. Harry looked back. I misjudged you, Scrimgeour said. 2 years ago. I thought you were a symbol we could use. A face on a poster. I managed you the same way everyone else managed you. He paused. I was wrong. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said. You were. Don't do it again. They gathered at the Burrow that evening. Not everyone, this wasn't a strategy meeting with the full Weasley contingent, wasn't a planning session with maps and schedules and committee structure. It was Harry, Ron, Hermione, Bill, and Ginny, in the kitchen, with tea and the remainder of a loaf of bread that Molly had left and a folder of intelligence that Scrimgeour's Aurors had delivered at 6 o'clock. The intelligence placed Voldemort's current base at a property in Scotland, a remote estate that had been abandoned since the First War and had been slowly, carefully reoccupied over the last 8 months. The intelligence was good, the kind that came from multiple sources corroborated, not a single informant's word. Harry spread the map on the table and looked at it. He felt, through the connection that was now fully accessible to him for the first time, the cold particular presence of Voldemort at the edge of his range, not clear, shielded, but there. The direction was right. Tell me the plan, Ron said. The dissolution requires all 3 Hallows, Harry said. The Elder Wand from Vault 312. The stone, also in the vault. The cloak I already have. He looked at the map. I go to him. I don't hide from the connection, I use it to locate him precisely. When I arrive, I don't fight him on his terms. I've been fighting on everyone else's terms for 6 years. This time I choose the ground and the method. He'll have Death Eaters, Hermione said. Ron and Bill take the perimeter, Harry said. I need the Death Eaters kept back for 10 minutes. That's all the time the dissolution takes, if Aldrich's theory is right. And if it's not right? Bill said. Then I fight him, Harry said simply. With everything I have. Which is considerably more than it was a week ago. Bill looked at him with the expression he'd worn since the diagnostic in the garden, not concern exactly, more the specific attention of someone who has seen a thing develop from one state to another and is tracking its current state with professional care. All right, Bill said. I'm coming in with you, Ginny said. Harry looked at her. She was sitting across the table with her arms folded and the expression that meant a decision had been made and she was announcing it rather than proposing it. "Ginny, I'm coming in with you," she said again. "Not because I don't trust you. Because you're walking into the room with the most dangerous dark wizard in a century and I have been watching you walk into things for 6 years and this time I'm not staying outside." She held his gaze. "I'm a better dueler than half the Aurors in that intelligence file. You know that." He looked at her. He thought about managing her. He thought about telling her to stay back, stay safe, let the people who were supposed to handle this handle it. He thought about the particular irony of doing to her what had been done to him, deciding that a managed version of someone was more useful than the actual person. "You take the left," he said. "I take Voldemort. You keep anything that comes through the door off my back." She unfolded her arms. "Obviously," she said. Ron was already nodding with the expression of someone who had expected this outcome. Hermione said, "I'll coordinate with Bill from the perimeter. I want communication spells between us during. And I want," she looked at Harry. "I want you to know that if something goes wrong, if the theory doesn't hold, you have 66 blocks removed and all 3 Hallows and the most complete version of yourself that has ever been in a room with Tom Riddle." She paused. "Don't you dare lose." "I'm not planning to," Harry said. They went that night. Scotland at midnight was very dark and very cold and the estate sat on a hillside above a loch that caught no light because there was no light to catch, the sky fully overcast, the kind of dark that is absolute. Harry stood at the edge of the estate's outer wards and felt them with his full expanded awareness, heavy, layered, old magic reinforced with fresh Death Eater workings. Competent. Strong. He walked through them. Not forcefully. Not with a dramatic counterward or a breaking spell. He simply walked through them the way water moves through mesh, his magical presence reading the gaps in the ward structure and passing through precisely, cleanly, without triggering the alarm mechanisms because he understood them well enough now to know exactly where they were. Behind him, he felt Ron and Bill split left and right along the perimeter. Hermione taking a position with sight lines to the front. Ginny's particular presence, clean and fast like the morning after a storm, staying close. The estate was dark except for 2 lit windows on the ground floor. Harry went to the front door. He put his hand flat against it, the way he'd put his hand against the door in Durnford. The wards that were still active on the door peeled back from him, not broken, just opening, recognizing something in his magical signature that was old enough and significant enough that the wards didn't know how to respond to it. The Peveril line, older than the dark arts workings on those wards by centuries. The door opened. The corridor beyond was long and dark and smelled of cold stone and something chemical and sharp that Harry identified, from the expanded awareness that could now read magical residue like a language, as the aftermath of complex experimental spell work. Voldemort had been working here. The walls remembered it. At the end of the corridor, a door. Light underneath it. Harry walked to it without hurry. He could feel Voldemort on the other side of that door with the clarity of full proximity, the cold, complex, ancient magical presence of someone who had done extraordinary things to their own soul in the service of immortality and who was waiting with the patience of someone who had known Harry was coming since he left the Burrow. He opened the door. Tom Riddle was standing at the center of a large room that had been cleared of furniture and fitted with the particular architecture of a serious magical working, circles, containment runes, components arranged with the precision of someone who had been preparing this for weeks. He was in dark robes and he was alone, which surprised Harry for exactly 1 second before he understood that Voldemort had sent his Death Eaters away deliberately. Whatever this was, he wanted it private. He looked at Harry the way he'd looked at him in the graveyard, with the specific attention of someone who is seeing a thing clearly and finding it significant. "You found the grimoire," Voldemort said. "Yes," Harry said. "Aldrich Potter's chapter on soul dissolution." "Not a question. I had my people retrieve the relevant Black Library texts when I realized you'd gotten into Vault 312. I wanted to know what you were reading. He paused. You've been more thorough than I anticipated. People keep making that mistake, Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes moved over him with the assessing quality of someone reading a magical signature. Harry knew what he was feeling, the full unblocked scope of Harry's presence, 90 blocks removed, the Peverell inheritance active, the Hallows in his possession, the complete version of a person who had been suppressed for 17 years. You're remarkable, Voldemort said. And there was something in the way he said it that was not flattery and was not manipulation. It was the specific acknowledgement of one powerful entity recognizing another, stripped of everything else. You should have been this from the beginning. I was always this, Harry said. You just couldn't see it. Dumbledore made sure of that. Yes, Harry said. He did. He looked at Voldemort across the prepared room. I'm not here to talk about Dumbledore. I'm here to finish this. The dissolution, Voldemort said. You have all 3 Hallows. Yes. And you think you can complete it? He tilted his head. You understand that if the shard dissolves cleanly, I lose the last anchor that has kept me alive through 2 deaths. I become mortal. Yes, Harry said. That's the point. Something moved across Voldemort's face that Harry did not expect. It was not fear. Tom Riddle's relationship with fear was complex and long-standing and didn't manifest as conventional fright. It was something older. Something that might, in a different person, have been called exhaustion. I have been alive for 71 years, Voldemort said. The last 30 in some form or other of this. He moved one hand slightly, indicating the specific state of his existence. This is not what I intended when I began. The Horcruxes. The soul-splitting. I intended permanence. I achieved, he paused. This. Harry looked at him. He did not feel sympathy. He felt the specific clarity of someone who has read enough about Tom Riddle's history to understand it completely and who understands that understanding is not the same as excusing. The orphan. The exceptional child. The institution that failed him. The choices he had made with extraordinary freedom and extraordinary damage. I know, Harry said. You made choices. They brought you here. And you're going to end it. Yes. A pause. I could stop you, Voldemort said. I have been preparing a counter to the dissolution working. The ritual in this room is incomplete, Harry said. You're missing the Aldrich's 13th component. The one that isn't in any printed source because Aldrich specifically excluded it from written record and kept it only in the grimoire. He paused. Your ritual won't work. You knew it might not work when you sent your people for the library texts, and that's why you wrote me the letter. You were hoping for a conversation because a conversation might give you the component. Voldemort was very still. I'm not going to give it to you, Harry said. Not because I'm cruel. Because even if you completed the counter-ritual, you'd still be this. Still fragmented. Still held together by Horcrux architecture that has been destroying you from the inside for 30 years. There's no version of you winning this that ends well for Tom Riddle. He held Voldemort's gaze. Let me finish it. Let me give you something better than the alternative. The room was very quiet. Better, Voldemort said. An ending, Harry said. A real one. On your terms, not someone else's. You decide, right now, whether you fight me and we destroy this room and whoever wins goes on to a war that kills hundreds more people before it's done, or whether you stand there and let me complete the dissolution and it's over. He paused. Your choice. First time in 30 years you've gotten to make one that isn't about surviving. The longest silence Harry had ever sat in. Tom Riddle looked at him. Harry reached into his robe and brought out the Elder Wand. Reached into his other pocket and brought out the stone. He was already wearing the cloak, open, hanging from his shoulders. The 3 Hallows together in the presence of their master created a quality of light that was not dramatic, just very clear. Very present. The way things are clear at the exact moment they are exactly right. He held Voldemort's gaze and waited. Tom Riddle, who had been afraid of death since he was 11 years old, looked at the three objects and looked at Harry Potter and made a decision. He lowered his wand. Harry began. The dissolution was not a battle. It was not a duel. It was not the explosive, physical confrontation that 6 years of collision between them had trained everyone to expect. It was quiet and it was deliberate and it required everything Harry had, the full unblocked range of him, all 90 removed suppressors, all the ability and inheritance and memory and presence that had been returned to him over the course of a week, channeled through the three hallows in the precise sequence that Aldrich had described and that Harry had memorized so completely it lived in him like his own heartbeat. The shard dissolved. He felt it go, the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived in his scar since he was 15 months old, the accidental Horcrux, the anchor that had kept Voldemort alive through 2 deaths. It dissolved into the protective magic that had always surrounded it, the magic of his mother's sacrifice, completing the process that a rebounded killing curse had interrupted 17 years ago. The light that came with it was warm. He'd expected green. He'd expected the particular color of the curse that had started all of this. It was gold. When it was done, Voldemort was on his knees in the center of the working circle, and he was mortal, and Harry was standing on his feet with all 3 hallows in his hands and the scar on his forehead fading, slowly, permanently, taking the pain he'd carried since he was 15 months old with it as it went. He looked at Tom Riddle on his knees. Mortal. Old. Finished. Harry raised his wand, his own wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, the wand that had always been his, and he cast the spell cleanly and without drama, and it was over. He walked out of the estate into the Scotland dark and Ginny was the first person he saw because she was the first one through the door behind him, and he looked at her and she looked at him and neither of them said anything for a moment. Done? Ron said, from somewhere to the right. Done, Harry said. Ron made a sound that was not a word. Bill was looking at the estate with his professional assessment face and then he looked at Harry and the assessment face dissolved into something considerably more personal and he crossed the space between them and put a hand on Harry's shoulder and left it there briefly, which from Bill was a complete sentence. Hermione arrived from the perimeter and took one look at Harry's face and started crying, which she would later characterize as a stress response and a chemical reaction and an entirely understandable physiological outcome of extreme emotional circumstances, and Harry would agree with all of these descriptions while also noting that she'd cried and that was fine. He put his arm around her. "It's done," he said. "All of it." She nodded into his shoulder. The scar on his forehead was gone. Not the mark of it, skin doesn't unscar overnight, but the magic of it, the particular quality of it, the living wound that had pulsed with someone else's life for 17 years. What remained was just tissue, just a line, just a mark that he'd carry the way people carry the physical records of things that happened to them. He was okay with that. Ginny found his hand in the dark. He didn't say anything. Neither did she. He just held on, and she held back, and the Scotland dark was cold and the lock below caught no light and somewhere behind them an estate with a working circle that had been abandoned mid-construction would need to be cleared, and there was a Wisengamot hearing on record and a commission being formed and 66 blocks worth of himself that needed to be properly introduced to the world over the coming months, and the Elder Wand in Vault 312 and the stone beside it and the cloak on his shoulders, and all of it was real, all of it was his, all of it had always been his. He looked up at the overcast Scottish sky. He thought about Dumbledore. The complicated grief of that, real and ongoing and not going to resolve neatly. He thought about his parents and the architecture of the Potter properties. He thought about Sirius in the walls of Grimmauld Place. He thought about the shape that Remus Lupin filled, somewhere out there, and which he hadn't yet tracked down because there had been no time, but there would be time now, there would be time for all of it. He thought about the Burrow's kitchen. Molly's overcooked chicken. The family clock with his hand sitting between designations because the system hadn't been built for what he was currently doing. He knew, though. He knew what the designation was. Home, his hand was pointing. He was certain of it. Wherever he was standing, wherever he went next. He thought, I'm going to be all right. He thought, I'm going to be more than all right. He thought, let's go home. And they went.